Welcome into our same-day shot-by-shot coverage of the FPO division out here at the 7th stop on the Disc Golf Pro Tour at the Idlewild Open. And it's exactly what we thought was going to happen, and it's exactly what we were hoping was going to happen. Paige and Sarah battling again. What is this, like the 47th time that they've gone after each other? And it's to our benefit that we get to see these two excellent players really challenge each other and the course. So Sarah sitting at 7 under par, Paige just in front at 5 under par. The rest of the lead card is going to be Holly Finley, 13 shots behind Sarah, and then Paige Bjerkaas, Little Paige as we call her, filling out that lead card, who in her last 2 Pro Tour events has finished second twice. She's going to be looking to make a charge again towards the end here. But really, this is the Sarah and the Paige show. And if we look at the second round, we see some things happening here. Maybe things that we're not used to. If we compare their 2 rounds, Sarah has more birdies and more bogeys than Paige. That's usually been flipped. Usually we say that Paige is the aggressive one that gets lots of birdies and then sometimes gets bogeys because of it. It's actually flipped right here. But there's things that both of them can look at to change that should give them hope going into this final round. Paige, in yesterday's round, she had 3 OB strokes. 6 OB strokes total so far. Sarah only has 2. So if Paige can watch out for those added strokes where she doesn't even get to throw a disc, she should have a walk in the park.
But don't have to worry about it too much, which is nice.
Uh-oh. They can...
In yesterday's round, she had 3 OB strokes. 6 OB strokes total so far. Sarah only has 2. So if Paige can watch out for those added strokes where she doesn't even get to throw a disc, she should have a walk in the park. But Sarah can look at it and say, hole 18, I double bogeyed hole 18, round 1 and round 2. I've given up 3 shots to Paige on this single hole, and I'm only back by 2. So they've both got something that they can focus on. They've both got things that they can change, and they both have had good rounds on this course. I'm ready for the stare down. I'm ready for the fight. I'm ready to see what's going to happen after 18 holes with these 2 competitors on this crazy course. Are you ready to watch? Let's go see how it happens.
...2018 Tour Championship. The women's side, top 12 qualify, top 4 earn buys. Tour points matter, tour points break ties. Round 1, quarterfinals, Thursday, October 18th. 5th to 12th compete in round 1. The top 4 advance to the semifinals. There they are joined by 1st through 4th in tour points. Scores are reset to 0. Win your card and move on, plus 2 wild cards move on. That brings us to the finals. $500 for playing in the quarterfinals, $700 for playing in the semifinals. 4th, $1,000, 3rd, $1,250, 2nd, $1,500, first place, $2,500. See you October 18th to 21st. The Disc Golf Pro Tour Tour Championship, hosted by Prodigy at New World Disc Golf.
Hello, I'm Paige Pierce.
I'm Missy Gannon.
We're here to watch some live disc golf via Smashbox and the Disc Golf Pro Tour, so I hope you guys enjoy.
Yep, well, we're here at Idlewild Open out in Kentucky, and yeah, stay tuned.
So this is hole 1. It's one of the most open holes on the course, so you kind of just want to stay on the fairway, honestly.
Yep, it's a par 4, 638 feet. As you can see here, Paige is throwing a big bomb, flexing to the right and turning back left. Perfect spot to be in.
Next up's Hokom. She is going to crush a sidearm like normal. Great Anheuser angle on it. Make sure she stays in the middle. But she kind of got an unlucky kick and went a little bit down the hill, or skip.
Holly Finley here. Again, pulling it a little bit to the right, but if it's stable enough, it's going to come right back just where she wants it.
Right in the middle. Great spot to be. Paige Bjerkaas also throws a Ballista Pro, as did I. You can put some turn on them and they hyzer out a little bit. So all of us are pretty well off in the fairway. So just a matter of getting it in the circle from here.
Mm-hmm. Holly looks like a pretty good pull. Yep, just inside the circle, it looks like.
Yeah, she threw the same disc twice and they looked like identical shots. She left herself not a putt at all, hardly. Before that shot, Hokom was talking about the branches scaring her, so she was going to have to go more hyzer than she thought.
Paige with a nice smooth backhand. Trips a little bit to the left. It's a fast green if you go a little far.
Absolutely. I land as soft as possible, so I went with the Marshall here. Just try to come in soft.
Ooh.
Hokom gave that a good run, but just missed just a bit low.
Mm-hmm. Paige just outside the circle. Ooh, good run as well. Scary putt though.
Yeah, left herself with a bit of a comebacker since she didn't draw any medal, and unfortunately missed that one as well. But 5's not a bad score on that hole, as it's a par 4, and not a lot of us are 3 in it.
Good birdie by Paige there. Unfortunate bogey for Paige Bjerkaas, but like Paige said, it's not that bad of a score on this hole. Holly's in for birdie as well.
And we are on to hole 2.
Mm-hmm.
This one's also a par 4. And honestly, I think the tee shot is super important just to see, where you're going to land. You want it to be flat footing and, give yourself a good approach at this next tricky green.
Yeah.
It's 509 feet.
Paige, great pull. You want it to kind of leak right a bit and give you a nice open approach to the green if you're going for it.
Holly with her Roadrunner, she was throwing this thing so well today.
Ooh.
This one hyzered out just a tiny bit, but got that late tree kick
Yeah.
and left herself in really good position.
Sets up really good for a forehand, especially from Sarah. She has such good control over those angles.
Absolutely. I think she has the best angles on sidearms in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Paige, this shot was absolutely incredible. She threw a trespass.
Wow.
Just really trusted her line through the gap and got penetrated all the way through it up there. So she just had a very short putter shot from there.
Yeah, that's great. That's normally where people, try to lay up on their second shot if
Yeah,
you don't
for
get
sure.
clean. So that's amazing.
Holly just kind of sawed that one off and left it short in the water.
Sarah going for the green. It's a gutsy shot for sure.
This one, I went Marshall again, and just to sit softly on the green. There's with the greens all slanted, you get a lot of play when you hit the ground.
Mm-hmm. Paige, it looks like an easy shot, and she did make it easy on herself by getting so much distance off the tee, but it's still such a daunting shot over that water.
Absolutely. Holly with a great recovery shot after that unfortunate OB.
Ooh, just a little high for birdie, right?
Yeah, and she hit the band and then it rolled. I don't know if you could see from that angle, but it rolled all the way to the wall. Luckily,
That's
that wall
tough.
was there and it stopped it.
Mm-hmm.
Great comebacker.
Paige in, tap in birdie.
checking out Paige's disc. She had a Dimax on there with her family on it. It was cute.
Nice.
So yeah, some tap-ins, and we are on to hole 3. So I gain a stroke on Sarah here, and Paige gains 2 strokes on Holly. So it's getting between them, and you know, still anybody's battle at this point.
Yeah.
Between Sarah and I.
So hole 3, it's a par 3, 407 feet downhill. There is OB on the left. So you do want to kind of favor the right side a bit. I think some of us can get to the green if we get a really good pull on this, but for the most part, you kind of just want to stay safe and not be too short.
Absolutely. Paige and I both went a little bit right side. If you crest that hill, you actually get down there and get a putt, which I did, but Paige just kind of hit the top of the hill and stopped her. Sarah just has a great sidearm on this hole and leaves herself a good putt.
Yeah, there's a little casual ditch down there that's a little wet, but you're safe if you're at least past the bushes on the left side of the fairway. Holly looks like a great upshot.
I thought that one was in for sure. This is her Star Mirage. She was throwing incredible approaches with.
Paige with a nice forehand approach.
Anytime you see that orange disc in Holly's hand, guarantee it's going to be a good one today. This is my putt from about 50.
Ooh, right up the top.
Left it a little high. I was just kind of trying to float it in there.
Mm-hmm. Sarah with a birdie look. Ooh, just right.
Yeah.
Nice putt by Holly for par.
Yeah, it skidded a little bit farther than she thought. I mean, after almost making it, she left herself a tester and connected well.
I know how that goes.
Yeah. This course has a fine line of like, you know, running up shots or laying them up. And
oh, yeah.
You kind of have to just decide what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
So we're tapping in on hole 3 and stay tuned with us. We'll be right back for hole 4. All pars on that one.
Are you currently looking for the one? How do you get hooked up usually?
Through friends,
Players' parties.
Sometimes even fans.
And how's that been working for you?
Not so good.
Have you ever tried looking online?
Never.
You should check this site out.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Find your go-to disc at blankinkdiscs.com today. 2018 Tour Support discs available now.
Gotta get one.
I need one. All right, we're back on hole 4. It's 334 feet, par 3. Past 2 days, I really shanked this shot, so I was really focused on this tee and got myself inside the circle finally.
Nice. Yeah, and it could be noted that the women are playing a shorter tee pad. You'll probably recognize this hole a little better from the men's tee pad with the whole lake on the left side. So here we're just trying to kind of float it sort of OB a little bit and just have it hyzer in to the green. And
Sarah,
right?
Throwing a sidearm. She absolutely nailed this hole all 3 days, got herself well inside the circle, and just put a little turn on her favorite. I think it's a rival or a Patriot. I can't remember actually, but
looks like Holly was trying to go kind of straight at it, but just left it a little short. Paige, nice up to the green. Holly giving this a
I'm
little
not
bit of
sure
a
what
run,
she was
maybe.
doing there, if she was going for that or not, but she left herself quite a long putt
Ooh.
and did not convert on it. So it's going to be taking a bogey on actually one of the easier holes that we play in my opinion.
Oh, good. At least that's that. Yeah, I ended up in circle 2 every single time. Actually, I went OB once, but I couldn't even bring myself to run that putt. I just laid it up.
The angle of the fairway plays so much towards the water. It's easy to get it down there.
Yeah.
Sarah takes a par. Paige takes a bogey, and so does Holly. And their battle stays tight, and I gain one more on Sarah on this hole.
Yeah, at this point, it seems like it's a battle for, well, going in, it was a battle for first and second, and then basically a battle for third.
The battle for third is big, too, because the second card has a lot of great players that are well within reach. But on to hole 5, par 3, 426 feet. You really, really just want to be right and stay in bounds. But the trick with that is if you turn it too much, you're going to get a lot of rollaways. So I saw a lot of like cut rollers towards the water.
Yeah, and you can see Sarah just kind of hung it a little bit to the left on her forehand, and it just stayed. When it'll be, like you said, Paige hugged that right side. She should be all right over there.
Yeah, Holly was trying for a hyzer down the right gap, actually. Clipped some trees, but she's going to have a relatively simple approach. Honestly, you don't really want to go for this green. You just want to lay it to that wall and go for a little putt.
Yep. Paige looked like she put a little mustard on that.
Yeah, I think that was a great tree kick. I thought that too out of her hand, that it was a little fast. I'm just trying to play it into the wall and go for the putt. There's no reason to mess with that OB, in my opinion.
Yeah, you're like right inside the circle if you're up by that wall. So
Hokom with a good approach with her to agree. Backhand.
Holly, a little jumper. That'll work.
Nice and straight, right on the green.
Paige giving us a bid. Oh, just a little low. And Paige in for the birdie.
Yes, birdie. Well, it's
it's a par 3.
Yeah, it's a par.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it plays like a par 4. From the men's tee, it is, I believe.
It does. Yeah, that's true.
Felt like a birdie.
Yeah, for sure.
I was happy with it. Hokom converts, great putt. These are longer than they look, and definite range where you've got to make these.
Yeah.
Paige makes hers as well, and that just leaves Holly.
I was up by that little white flag behind Holly, and it's scary because you're a little elevated up there, and I was thinking about not hitting off the top and flying into the OB, and I actually almost did. I was okay.
Almost all of these greens make you think about what if.
Yeah. Hole 6, par 3, 437 feet. It's a right turning hole, pretty much straight out of the gap, and it's a pretty tight gap. You just have to have something turn over and hopefully pan out over the hill or just stay on top of the hill, and you'll be fine.
And this is our last hole in the Open, pretty much.
Yep.
So we're all, I mean, I know I was stoked to have a driver in my hand for one more throw.
Yeah.
And
keeping it turned.
We're all throwing the long and hyzers. Some of us were a little low and didn't get over the hill. Some did.
Yeah. No, I mean, up there is great. I mean, hitting the green from here is still kind of a tricky shot. If you have a forehand, you'll be fine, or a nice sneaky backhand. But those trees are guarding the green really good.
These trees definitely block the green. You have to just sneak one through there, find a little gap and execute it.
Yep, Paige hit that gap. One of them. Paige with the jumper for birdie. Oh, that would have been great.
Had a slight bit of that tree in my way. Had to put a little bit more on Annie on it than I wanted, and hard to
Holly
make
to
those
save
ones.
her 3.
So Holly's going to take another bogey, the solo bogey on the card. So Paige will get one on her here, and that battle continues to get tighter and tighter.
Yeah. And then Sarah and Paige will tap in their pars.
Yeah, so now we're headed to hole 7, which is pretty much the first wooded hole. So stay tuned and see some technical golf coming up, and lots of hard footing.
Really hard footing. It's been so wet.
This course is getting muddy.
So it'll be fun to watch nonetheless.
Hey everybody, this is Nathan Skinner from Team Discraft. I'm here to talk to you today about the Discraft Meteor. When thrown smooth and flat, you're going to get a nice consistent turnover with a lot of glide that doesn't finish back to the left. For beginners looking for a straight mid-range, this disc is perfect. For the more advanced player, you're going to love it for hyzer flips, long, touchy tunnel shots, and of course, for anhyzer shots. Try the Meteor for yourself.
Okay, we're back here on hole 7. It's a par 4, 484 feet. Super difficult par 4. You see that one gap right off where Sarah was aiming for. That's kind of the gap that you just want to hit and then fade up to the right on the hill.
I don't even mess with that gap. I just, there's so much OB risk for 1, and 2, if you do make it through that gap, you have bad footing. Even on a great shot, your footing's bad. So I'm just going for that drop zone.
True.
But I was the only one that did that on the card.
Yeah. It's a tight gap, and I saw a few people try to lay up to the drop zone, which still isn't even that easy to do.
Just looking for good footing. Hokom, she did hit that tree, but she stayed safe. I'm trying to throw a flex sidearm here and miss my line, go through that other gap, and I'm going to leave myself with a shot I did not want to take. So Holly did hit that tree and went OB, so she's going to the drop zone.
Right.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Shot from there.
Yeah, for sure. Hokom's a little tight off to the left. It's really tight over there. You got to just pick a line and commit to it over there.
Paige just stands still and puts it right in the middle of the fairway. Just smart play. Just take the aggressive shot on the next shot.
Sarah going forehand roller that went right back into the woods, it looked like.
And wham.
Ooh.
Nice one, Paige.
Yeah. Saw a lot about this week. Oh, Sarah, giving it a run.
Such a good shot. That was her Patriot. She flexed it right in there, and I swear if that was like an inch higher, it was in.
For sure. And
that's
Paige,
the shot I meant to execute the first time.
Good recovery, though. At least.
Yep.
Oh, and even Paige with a good run. Yeah. Wow.
Holly also with a sidearm gets it right up there.
Yeah.
I'll have just outside the circle putt. And don't get it up high enough. Yeah. Not stoked about that, but it's a really hard hole, so
yeah.
Just got to move on. There's lots of golf left.
Yeah, Sarah with the double bogey, unfortunately.
Honestly, where she went, I would have almost rather been OB.
Yeah,
like
and then just have a straight shot
out from there. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, I ended up really far left. I don't even really know where I was. And yeah, needless to say, it was not a good spot.
Paige taking the solo par on that hole. That's, getting strokes on a lot of our field.
Yeah,
I would imagine, and she closes that gap even more. She's playing really good golf, and she's hoping to keep it up, but hits a tree just wide on this shot.
Yeah, this is a par 5. It's it's probably one of the hardest holes on the course. It just bends to the right and then back to the left and then back around to the right and almost back to the left again. It's a tough shot.
This tee shot's so demanding. Like what Paige did, her mistake was too wide and mine was too inside. You kind of want to hug it pretty tight, like Sarah just did with this flex sidearm, and
especially with a sidearm. That's a perfect angle for that shot.
Absolutely. Anywhere in that flat is really good. I didn't have much, so I just tried to pitch out with the EMAC Truth and just put it right in the center.
Yeah, that's just fine. Paige pulling it a little bit right.
Yeah, she actually did have a pretty good gap from there, but she had muddy footing and just kind of slid.
Yep. Holly with a good out. Yeah, it's hard to be tucked over there to the right. You could see all those little trees over there.
Again, muddy footing. She opts for a standstill and just hits a tree. And this roll was so unfortunate, but luckily it was in the center of the fairway still. So
yeah.
Going again with my EMAC Truth. I early release it a tiny bit, but it's not a bad kick. It just sits down the left side of the fairway. Should be able to get it up and down.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. I was wondering if Paige was going to go to the left or the right of that tree, but definitely to the left and kind of try to flex it a little bit.
She had the right intention. She just didn't execute on it, and has hit her fourth tree of this hole so far. She's starting to get a little frustrated. You can tell.
Yeah. Well, and you can see with Sarah's, even from her great drive, it's still such a demanding second shot.
Absolutely.
But I'm sure she'll be okay with top of the hill there.
Paige puts one perfectly in the center of the gap. So, forward progress at this point is good.
Oh, yeah. That shot set up perfectly for her flex sidearm. I threw so many sidearms this week,
so
and
many.
I mean, I'm so glad that I have at least something to do that. But gosh, it was great practice, if nothing else.
I mean, as you can see, this green's perfect for a sidearm approach. I mean, it bends down to the right and it goes downhill. You just want that little crest down. Paige goes a little wide and flips that tree.
Yeah. After the third or fourth tree hit, you're kind of feeling a little defeated.
It's funny, Hokom just went back in.
Did she? She did.
Sidearm and she threw back in.
So I'm sure par feels great.
Yeah, after a couple bad shots,
Yeah.
It feels great to get a par.
Yeah. And unfortunately, a triple bogey for Paige. That was a tough one.
The way I look at it, though, like she just made all those strokes up. So essentially, she's just back to square one for the round. No harm done.
Ooh. Sarah unfortunately misses her inside the circle putt.
Those branches were getting to her right on her shoulders.
Yeah. Yeah, I was under there. I actually took a knee because they're pretty low when you're under there. I was deeper in there though.
Taking our time on these short ones, it's important to do, especially out here.
And you can't really tell on the video, but that does slope pretty hard behind the basket from Holly's angle, so a little scarier than it looks.
Yeah, so now we're on to hole 9, which is probably the second shortest hole we play, but the initial gap is very demanding. You just want to hit the gap and hopefully have a slight turn, but honestly, just straight's fine too.
Yeah. Great shot by Holly. Paige looks like you're going with a Marshall.
Yep, throwing it on solid 12 of these holes out here.
Yeah, I actually threw my Fusion Felon on a sidearm today on this hole.
Nice.
Yeah, and I got well down there, so it felt really good.
Hokom goes a little wide.
Yeah, she did.
Leaves herself in the bushes on the left. It's kind of a hard out from out of there, but she's a good ways down the fairway at least.
Yeah.
Paige is going with her classic hard judge. Slight early release. It had a great turn on it.
Yeah.
It just came out a tiny bit early.
Yep.
He's going to be in there with Sarah.
Looks like a nice out if it's that. Paige with a little jumper.
Yeah, I was running that one. The branches were hanging low and that tree was there, so.
Good bid by Holly.
Yeah, she's the only one that had a birdie look.
Yeah.
And, unfortunately missed it.
And once again, Sarah is way down the hill there. It doesn't look quite that far, but it's a far uphill putt, especially if you roll away or hit the basket. And you just never know.
All three of us, Paige, Sarah, and I were just like maybe one pace inside the circle. So we still had some work to do to save our pars.
Definitely.
Paige also hitting a great putt, just dead center. She actually made a comment about, okay, I got a 3, 5 strokes better than last time.
I kept doing that today too.
And Holly, easiest par of us.
Yeah, great.
But,
so all 4 pars.
Yeah, was our, I think, first one of the day. And we are about to be on to the back 9. Things are shaking up, so stay tuned with us and see some more wooded golf coming up. We are back on hole 10, the back 9, final round at Idlewild. Holly goes with her star Roadrunner here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 368 feet. It's quite a bit uphill. Actually, probably one of the more open fairways after some of those last few holes. So you just want to pipe one right up the middle, and even maybe, you can go a little left and you'll be fine.
Absolutely. You want to squeeze by that tree pretty tight and then hyzer off left. And I was mistaken. That was actually Holly's star light boss. I remember she was saying she wanted to go over stable so she could get that left finish.
And as you can see, Sarah was kind of pointing left. She wanted to get a little bit more left. Right's not bad, but it leaves you with a little bit more of a technical shot than you would want.
Paige barely makes a tree at the end, but Hokom even mentioned, like, wow, we all 4, only 1 tree hit out of all 4 of us, and barely.
And you could see the footing there. Paige had to stop. It's just so squishy, and it makes it so tough.
She goes with her judge there and hits a tree. I don't know if you could see, but it clipped left. And wait until you see where her upshot landed. We couldn't find it. Luckily, there was a spotter down there and let us know. Hokom sat at that one for quite some time, deciding between a sidearm or a backhand. She didn't feel comfortable with the backhand, but made it work really well. So Paige was actually under that bridge. She went through a crack in the top.
Oh my goodness.
She went through that crack right there, the guy said. Just throws a little easy approach and leaves herself a tap in.
Yeah.
I actually don't know how I got down there. It's unbelievable. I shanked that.
Lucky.
And got a little kick. I was not pleased.
Sarah to save par. Oh, just off the top. Agent for bogey.
This course was definitely playing really hard today, even for us who got through it with no rain.
Yeah,
which was
no,
nice,
we had great weather this morning.
It was super muddy. Almost all of our shots that weren't on the tee were, just drudging through the mud.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can really see it on this hole right here.
Even just walking up to your lies, you had to kind of navigate and figure out the best way to get
I'm like
there.
tiptoeing right there. Yeah, trying not to get mud on your feet even just for the next tee shot.
Yep.
So Holly and I with a 3 and Hokom and Paige with a 4. race is still close for third, and I'm sure at this point, the second card's kind of creeping in.
So hole 11, par 3, it's the shortest hole on the course. I guess some people call it the ace run hole. It's an elevated basket on a little elevated platform. It's pretty even height with the tee pad, but if you leak left or right a little bit, the hill is pretty steep. So you kind of just want to commit fully to the shot and just get somewhere near the basket.
Yeah, my goal is to just be pin high. I'm not even trying to get on the platform, just pin high so that my putt's a little bit more linear and not as elevated.
Yeah.
Paige had the best drive of the group and was this much, 2 inches too low and hit the sign and hit backwards and left herself with that elevated of a putt.
Yeah. And she looks disappointed there. She obviously wanted to have a better bid at a 2 on this hole, but honestly, a 3 is just fine. Good 2 by Paige.
Yeah, happy with the birdie here. There's not too many of them that are out there. So,
Right.
Anytime you can get one, it's a good feeling heading into the next hole.
Definitely.
Hokom for her birdie as well with her prowler.
Nice. Yeah, I had a bad roll away on this one yesterday. I gave my Circle 2 putt a run, and it just hit the, what did Sarah call it, trash can?
Yeah, trash can, that's what she calls them.
And just rolled down the hill.
Yep. So for the round, Sarah and I both 1 under, and the other 2 are over par. It's just, you kind of just want to stay on the fairway and not even worry about these birdies, but just try to get pars.
Definitely. Yeah, hole 12, par 4, 644 feet. This is a big dog leg to the left, or to the right, I'm sorry, off the tee. So obviously for Sarah, this kind of sets up perfectly to cut the corner.
God, unfortunate roll right there.
Yeah.
I couldn't see from the tee, but it looked like a perfect shot.
Yeah.
I was wondering how she ended up there.
Yeah, for me, I'm just throwing a putter off the tee and trying to get to the end of the tunnel, and then I have another big boom.
Yeah, I don't even actually try to turn the corner. I just try to throw it straight.
Yeah, same.
Paige shows her judge again, lands right by Holly's Mirage shot. It looks like they both kind of kicked a little bit of something at the end and stopped their forward progress.
Yeah. And see, it's, she was just a little bit obstructed, and if she had been a little bit farther right or out to the left, she could have just let a hyzer loose. But unfortunately, you just never know what this course is going to give you sometimes.
I threw it too far forward and had to just pitch one to the center and kind of just settle for a look at 4.
Yeah. I split that tree today on my side. Yeah.
A little Y,
So that felt good, but kind of scary at the same time.
See, I'm not a sidearm roller thrower, but Hokom's choice on that kind of confused me, especially with the green tilting to the right. When you don't get it, parallel enough with the ground, it's just going to cut over to the right and land even worse than it could have been.
Yeah. I'm sure Holly was trying to get around to the right of those bunch of trees, because now she might be fighting with some trees on her.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be left on this.
No.
There's nothing but trees over there.
Yeah.
Paige has a great shot with her fusion judge. Gives herself about a 10-footer.
Good. Yeah. Yeah, it slopes pretty hard behind the tree, behind the basket. So if she hadn't gotten a little love from that tree, she could have been down in the woods there.
Absolutely. These trees force Holly on her knee, throwing a little sidearm. And, just no real look at making that shot.
No.
At least from where Sarah is right here, it's not easy, but she has a chance at least. Yeah. You definitely don't want to be left side. It takes any chance you have out of the question.
Yeah. A good par from Paige there. Another good par from Paige.
Yeah, it was funny taking scores today with 2 pages on the card. Hokom started calling Paige, little Paige. She started calling her Birdie Mugs because when I was taking score, I would call myself Paige, and I would call Paige Bjerkaas Mugsy. That's what I call her. Her middle name is Mugs Marie. Sorry, Paige. Just telling everybody. But we are on to hole 12, and this is where the course gets hard. Stay tuned. Be dynamic.
So hole 13, par 3, known as the Y hole. This year it's not playing as a double mando, where in previous years it was.
Yeah.
It's still the shot, but and you still have to kind of navigate through those trees, but you at least don't have to think about a double mando.
Paige, I was so impressed by this shot. You're a Ballista Pro, and just mashed it and let it hyzer on its own. It's a pretty tough gap to hit. This is the first day I even hit the gap.
Yeah, same actually with my escape, and just leaked a little left, and it was great.
Hokom turns it too much and gets an unlucky kick and goes OB.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It's very unfortunate, especially with the other three of us peering the gap and having a pretty solid look at par.
Yeah, Holly's drive looked great.
Hokom still got a lot of work to do for a double bogey. Honestly, I think this one's a par 4. I don't care what that says up there.
Yeah, I actually somehow got a 3 today, and that felt like a birdie. But that was a great shot by Holly. It's so scary to go for this green because the right in front of the green is all OB, and then there's 2 white lines that go up the hill. So you do have to hit within a certain range up there. That was a great shot by Paige.
And Sarah as well. We all made it on the green pretty well.
Yeah.
But it's really not as easy as we just made it look. These greens are so daunting.
Yeah.
Just absolutely hard. Every green out here leaves you with the question of, okay, do I lay up short and go for a tester putt?
Yep.
Or do I try to challenge OB and go for the green?
Yep.
So every shot just keeps you on your toes and really like brings the mental game into play.
Yeah. And, I actually love this kind of golf, but sometimes I just felt like I just wish it was a little easier.
Yeah, it's really taxing, like mentally, let alone like all the hills and elevation up and down. It's like,
no, for sure.
You never get a break out there until, you final putt on 18.
Yeah. And after a long walk up the hill, we're on hole 14, par 4, pretty downhill and dogleg off to the right.
I think the hardest gap to hit on the course.
Yeah, it is tiny. It maybe looks a little bigger on camera, but it's small.
And there's so many trees. Like, on other holes, you miss your gap by a little bit and you might sneak through another gap. On this hole, if you don't hit that gap, you're hitting the tree.
Yeah, yeah.
So I hit the tree that's burying the, is that a word? I don't know. The right side barrier I hit and kicked me down, and I got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
We're about to see, and I'm going to relive this. Awesome.
Today, I was not too much farther than you. I hit one of those first trees as well, and I just felt like I kept chopping. Yep, that's what I did too.
Oh, I was really frustrated after that one.
Same.
But through this one with aggression, I was like, I'm getting down to the green. Give me my
and so this goes down, and there's like the sweet spot landing zone, and then the basket that is actually on sort of like an island as well. So
you can see that bridge right where Sarah's disc is aiming right now. On our side of it, there's a wall, so you can almost play into that wall again if you want. or, if you're feeling frisky, you can shoot for the green.
Yeah, I felt frisky today, and it worked. But it took me, like 4 shots to get to about where the camera is right now, and I just gunned it to the green, and I made it. And
nice.
Yeah,
Pick a 5?
I know, but
No? Okay.
but it felt good.
Yeah, it's good to just hit the greens. Honestly, who even cares if it's your first shot or 8th shot? Like when you land on that green and you stick it on there, you're like, yes.
It was on track to potentially be a field base, but just a little high.
Mm-hmm. I was absolutely thrilled with that bogey. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I hit 4 trees and got a 5. I was pretty
Definitely.
stoked. Hokom takes a knee here. I don't know if you can tell, but right above her head, there's a lot of low-hanging branches. It was hindering her normal stance, so got down on a knee and converted.
Yeah.
Paige did as well and got a nice par.
Yeah, that's great. Honestly, I think par is like 1,000 rated out here. So
Holly just got a birdie on this. Her drive was so
that's
great.
awesome.
This roadrunner off the tee and then just a nice smooth shot to the green.
Yeah, wow. Hole 15, par 4, 487 feet. It's so uphill and so tight.
So muddy.
And so muddy.
Honestly, there is a landing zone just past that thick tree in the middle where Paige is almost to.
Yeah.
But it's almost like just land on the fairway because the muddy terrain is just adding strokes to these holes.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you can't. I mean, even in dry conditions, it's hard to approach on that sort of slope. So when it's muddy, you're almost forced to stand still.
So I'm trying to be more aggressive off the tee so that I can progress myself farther forward down the fairway. I kind of put too much hyzer on that and land left.
Holly looked like she might have slipped a little, but it looked like it worked out fine.
She did slip. She mentioned that. Hokom going with a nice smooth sidearm through the gap. Gets herself up there good ways.
Yeah, once you get up to the top of this hill, you have to hit another gap, not quite as tight, but and the basket's off to the right, so you definitely want something to, just like Holly's disc, just kind of drift to the right.
I opt for the backhand here. This is a shot that I kind of was still thinking about walking into this commentary. I should have went sidearm. The green slides downhill to the right, and you definitely want to finish to the right, so you leave yourself with a shorter putt.
Yep, you live and you learn.
Hokom throws a great sidearm and just has a tap in.
Yeah. Ooh.
Holly,
wow,
that was a great tree kick. But as you can see, her with the backhand too. If she didn't get that tree kick, she was looking at a
for
circle's
sure.
edge putt.
Good out from Paige.
I try to kind of run that, and
a flopper.
This one. That was a sad one.
Yeah.
I hadn't done that at all this weekend.
Yeah.
So almost get through 3 clean rounds and then miss a 12-footer.
Yep, I had 2 yesterday.
Kind of a bummer. But Holly plays this hole pretty clean relative. I mean, besides the tee shot.
Yeah. But if you don't get off the tee and you don't want to concede a bogey because there are opportunities to get your way back up there. But sometimes it's a little sad when you don't get quite off the tee like you wanted to.
And for just a moment, we are off the wooded holes and onto the longest, most open hole of the round. Yeah. So get ready for some long drives. Paige gets the box on this long bomber.
Yeah.
Goes
Hole
with
16.
Ballista Pro. Yeah, hole 16, par 5, long par 5, wide open.
Yeah. And today was actually the calmest conditions I feel like we had.
Yeah, we had
all
virtually
weekend.
no wind.
Yeah, we had no wind.
Yeah.
And so that was really nice. We had a whipping headwind yesterday. And I think it was maybe even a little bit of a tailwind today, which is favorable for this hole.
I like Holly's play on this hole. She just went super easy hyzer. Didn't even put any power hardly behind it. I was
Going
letting some
big.
aggression out and just threw it as hard as
Wow.
I possibly could.
Ballista Pro.
Yeah, Ballista Pro. Yep. Hardest flying
great
disc I've
drive.
ever bagged. It's unbelievable. Paige shows this shot and at first doesn't like it, but I see the stability. It's absolutely fighting that angle she put on it and gets herself way up there.
Yep.
Holly, same shot she just threw, just like on hole 1, repeated 2 of the same shots.
Yep.
And never even questioned out of bounds.
Simple hyzers. Right
Stress
in the middle.
free.
Yeah. Hokom trying to go big, leaking a little right.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And she goes OB, not by much, but you know, OB's OB.
Yeah.
I go Ballista Pro again, trying to get to the green.
Yeah, you're looking like you're going big on that approach.
I loved the angle I put on it. Just let it go a tiny bit late. As you can see, it started hyzering out at the end. But
did it get far enough? Or
yeah,
okay.
We'll see.
Yeah, if you can get past these bushes, they kind of end down the hill, and then it's pretty open. In terms of no OB and stuff, but
you see that tiny little super skinny white tree right there? That's a good marker.
Yeah,
visibly from where we're standing as to where the basket is.
Yeah, the basket is just to the right of that. On
you can see it
an
now.
island. Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Paige goes with her judge, and she told me she was not going for it. So good thing it hit that tree because it had a lot of steam on it still.
Yeah. So there's a little OB creek right in front of the green. It's kind of an island again.
I hit the tree right in front of me. Okay. And still out. I thought I made that one. I really like that one.
Great bid.
So. Yeah, it's tough to have a look for birdie and end up settling for or eagle and end up settling for
wow, nice Paige.
Paige hit
Beautiful.
a huge putt on this. She called it right out of her hand. I got it. She said.
Nice.
Oh no, actually that's not what she said. She said, "It's in. It's in." Ran up there, coming down the stretch on these last 3 holes with the battle so tight for third. That's a huge putt to hit.
Huge. I'm sure there weren't that many birdies on this hole.
Absolutely
on the
not.
weekend. Yeah.
So she will take her birdie and take the top of the box going into the hardest hole in the course, in my opinion. It's just, honestly, staying in bounds is the key, really.
Yeah.
This is another one that says par 3, but I believe it's a par 4.
Definitely. And you could see, I think Paige was going for the right gap. And if you do stay right for most of the way, you might have a good chance at a birdie, but probably a par, hopefully a par.
Hokom throws this Champion Firebird super well, but it came in a tiny bit early, but it clipped that tree and got her even a super beneficial kick.
Yeah, if you go left, you can kind of like island hop a little bit if you want to stay safe. Yeah, it's crazy.
Nice.
It just this creek just snakes through the entire fairway.
I threw such a good shot on this, and I thought, and it hit that tree and kicked OB. I really loved it out of my hand.
Yeah, because if you hit that gap perfectly, you can kind of hit the side of the hill, and if you stick, you're going to be fine over there.
Yeah.
You can see Holly's going sort of a hyzer route from there.
It's a tricky approach to the green there. I told Paige, just go for it, because... And just commit. If you go long, at least you have a tap in par.
That's true.
So she grabbed her EMAC Truth and just winged it at the basket. She missed the top by like 3 inches. She almost made that shot.
Looks like you're playing safe a little bit.
Yeah, it was. And it skidded. He said it skipped 3 times and went OB.
Oh, no.
I was surprised at that one. Went OB. It felt good.
Sarah's going for it.
She did go for it. She left it a little high, but it missed over the top of the basket, so she as well gets to take it from cap in distance on the island.
Okay, well,
The screen looks harder than it is. It's harder than, or it's easier than most people make it out to be. Honestly, just throw it OB on purpose. Who cares?
yeah,
Just
and that's
take your
actually what I
tap
did
in.
today too.
I saw Macbeth. He's just throwing a rocket at the basket.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay,
Yep. Yeah.
easy par.
Yep. I know.
Oh, actually, it says par 4 up here. I don't know. The T sign says par 3.
Okay.
We got confusion going on in the booth. Just kidding. But we are about to go into the final hole of the tournament. Stay tuned to see how everything finishes up.
Well, this stop on the Disc Golf Pro Tour at the Idlewild Open would not be possible without the Natty. The Natty is the local disc golf shop situated right on the Mount Airy course, and it is filled with owners and players who love disc golf. Owned by Adam Jones and Jason Curl, who are also the TDs of this event. They have welcomed in the disc golf community to their courses, to their buildings, to their homes, and for that we say a big thank you. The next time you are anywhere around the northern Kentucky or Cincinnati area, make sure to visit these great courses, these great people, this great shop, and have a fantastic time.
Huh? Up first on the tee is Paige Bjerkaas here on the 18. It's a par 4, 650 feet. This tee shot is nearly impossible.
Yeah. You have to keep it dead straight, and you're also throwing slightly uphill. So sometimes you know, if you put a little bit too much nose up on it, or you're bound to hyzer out even a little bit, and you can't do this on this hole.
I mean, some of the shots that you think are perfect and you're clapping for, you get down there and they're just pinned against a tree or rolled off to the side or something.
Yeah.
And so this hole is pretty important at this point because the battle for third place is super tight. We got Holly Finley, Rebecca Cox, Paige Bjerkaas, Jessica Weiss all battling within 2 strokes. So, you know, honestly, who can play this hole the cleanest is going to come out with that third place podium.
Yeah. And you could see almost nobody landed in the middle on their drive. And so it leaves you with some sort of technical backhand Annie or forehand something.
Yeah. So Paige goes first and goes with a Ballista Pro. I was surprised by this decision. I would have personally thrown a putter just to the gap and went for it from there, but she hits the tree and gets an unlucky kick. But fortunately for her, Holly did the same thing right behind her. That leaves Paige having to pitch out and kind of leaves it not in a good spot again.
Yeah, a little tight to the right.
Holly, again, same mistake.
Yeah.
So these two are kind of neck for neck on this hole. So Rebecca and Jessica, you know, are already finished out just watching these scores anxiously.
Holly actually wasn't in such a bad spot after getting a kick, so she was kind of able to go for it. I can't really tell where her drive ended up.
She landed like just around circle's edge on the right side, pin high.
Okay.
So she gave herself a chance.
Yeah. That big tree can get in your way even if you're inside the circle. So hitting either the gap right there between the trees or getting around and far enough past the trees is what you want on your upshot. Paige landed right in there.
Hokom sneaking a sidearm right through there.
Yep.
And Holly needing this one.
Ooh.
Jessica Weiss ended up taking a 4 on this hole. She's actually the only one through that battle that parred this hole. So she definitely gained some strokes on these girls here just by playing this hole clean.
Sarah with the bogey 5. Paige also with the bogey 5, which honestly doesn't feel all that bad.
No, it really doesn't. A 5 on that hole, I'm not super upset with.
No.
2018 Idlewild Open champion, Paige Pierce.
That's hole 18. Now we're finished with the Idlewild Open. Paige Pierce taking it down.
Feels weird watching myself do this. Yeah, it was a fun battle. Always is with Sarah, and I look forward to many more. I really appreciate you guys watching, and thanks to Smashbox.
So once again, I'm Missy Gannon.
I'm Paige Pierce.
And thank you for watching the women's FPO coverage of the Idlewild Open. And we want to say thank you to the Natty Disc Golf as well.
The Natty and Innovus for sponsoring this coverage. We really, really, really appreciate all the FPO coverage we're getting this year. We hope you enjoy it. Send us in some feedback, critiques, and all that. And watch out for the men's battle that's about to go down, starting pretty much now, right? Carrie's beside me. Say hi. Thank you guys so much, and be dynamic. Sorry, had to do it.
Boy, that was a long day of disc golf yesterday on Saturday, wasn't it? A lot of our competitors playing well over 18 holes in order to get this first round done and then the second round done to lead us into the final round here on Sunday at the Idlewild Open. Welcome back, disc golf fans. And so let's recap what happened yesterday to kind of set the stage for what we hope to see here in just a little bit. So the story of the day was Kevin Jones, right? 10 under par, leader after the first round. 6 under par in the second round, so that he now has a big lead heading into the final round. 4 shots over Zach Melton. Now, let's talk about Kevin's round. This was phenomenal. Just his whole tournament performance so far has been phenomenal. So let's take a look at it real quick. 3 bogeys total. That's over both rounds. Total. He is 100% from circle 1. He is first in circle 2 in regulation. He is 5th in circle 1 in regulation. And he has an 83% scramble rate. He's not hitting the fairway as much as some other people, but when he is off, he is saving it at an incredible clip. And he's only got 1 OB stroke. Did you hear that right? 1 OB stroke. By my calculations, there's 12 different holes out here at Idlewild where OB is a possibility. So 24 attempts, and he's got 1 OB stroke. Plus, on top of that, he's hit 5 circle 2 putts. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's how you build a lead at a tournament with a bunch of really great golfers. So Kevin was going up all day. The other story of the day was Paul going down. A really bad day for Paul out on the course, according to his standards. Now, he was still above 1,000, but according to his standards, not so good. So Paul came into the round after finishing his first round at playing 17 holes of his first round early yesterday morning, finishing at 9 under par. He then heads back out and only shoots 1 under par in the afternoon round, and it got bad quick. So Paul, during this round, 2 double bogeys, 1 quad bogey, and then he finished off the round on hole 18 with a bogey after a good drive. Paul had 5 OB strokes. He was 8 shots worse than his first round. Now, the good news for Paul, he had a double bogey on hole 4, and then he went birdie-birdie. He had a double bogey on hole 7, and then he went birdie-birdie to wipe those off. On hole 13 was where he came across his quad bogey with 2 OB shots. Well, on the next 4 holes, he went par, birdie, eagle, birdie to get all of those back. So Paul, for the bad shots that he had, he then recovered very well so that he's even has a possibility. He's tied for 3rd place, although he's on the second card because of how that finished out. So let's take a look at the rest of the guys that are going to be on our lead card for today. Sitting in second place, like we mentioned a second ago, Zach Melton. Zach and also Michael Johansen, who's on the lead card, they were both fire today. Actually, their rounds were almost entirely identical. They were both 8 under par through 16 holes. Zach then had a bad kick go OB on hole 17, and that was the difference between their 2 rounds. Michael Joe shooting an 8 under par and Zach shooting a 7 under par. And then wrapping out our lead card, James Conrad, who was on our feature card for both rounds, even though you hadn't got to see the first one yet, but that you saw it on the live coverage yesterday. James had a really great round going, but then he had to hold on. He was 5 under par through the first 11 holes, and then +1 after that. But he had a great birdie on the last hole to propel himself onto that lead card. So what are we looking at going into today? So Kevin, he doesn't have a whole lot of wins on his tournament history. However, his first A-tier win, his first big win, was just 3 weeks ago at the St. Louis Open. His last 2 Pro Tour tournaments at Utah and at the Discraft Great Lakes Open are his best 2 finishes, an 8th and a 7th respectively. And also at that St. Louis Open, he went into that final round battling with Nico, tied in that last round going into it, and he was able to stare Nico down and to beat him. And this is in St. Louis, where Nico's from. So a really great solid win of Kevin performing when he's out front. He's got a couple of guys chasing him. So let's take a look at Michael Joe. Yet remember, he's got a National Tour win under his belt, as well as several other A-tier wins. And that National Tour, he was down 1 shot to Paul going into the final round. He was able to tie it and beat Paul in the playoff. And then James Conrad, we can't count him out. He entered the final round here last year, tied for the lead, battling with Paul, needing to execute on the last hole, and he did. And then we've got Paul hanging out tied with those guys, yet hanging out on the card behind him. Look for Paul to make a charge. Look for James and Michael Joe and Zach to really start putting pressure on Kevin. And we'll see if Kevin can take the pressure and move on to his biggest win of his career. This ought to be a great day of disc golf. Let's go take a look. And here we are with the Skip Ace Fantasy Disc Golf update for round 2. Our current leader with 1,243 points is Patari Vasanti. Just 3 points back is Mike Grutus. You can see Peter's picks there. The best picks that were available for the 6,000 points: Kevin Jones, James Conrad, Zach Melton, Michael Joe, and then Paige and Holly. This would have given you a total of 1,365 points, and you would have had 14 points to spare. Dig into the statistics for this next tournament so that you can put yourself at the top of this leaderboard.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Championship Sunday here at the 2018 Idlewild Open, presented by Innova Discs. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, along with Dixon Jowers to give you the play-by-play. And Dixon, is this Kevin Jones tournament to win on the MPO side?
Absolutely. I mean, anytime somebody has a 6-shot lead going into a tournament, I mean, he's up there for a reason. He's well over 1,000 rated for a reason. He's got good finishes for a reason. The problem is the course, because it can get derailed so fast out here at Idlewild. So I look for Kevin and everybody really to have a hot start 1 through 4. And then the tournament begins a little bit on 5. You get a little break on 6. and then it's hardcore for the rest of the round. So we'll see if Kevin can pad that lead, or if the guys that started 20 minutes ago, Paul, Zach, these guys that are already getting lots of birdies, we'll see if that affects Kevin and how he plays the first little bit.
Well, we're excited to bring you the action. It looks like they're ready on the tee at hole number 1. Let's cut over to the Idlewild course. You're watching live disc golf with the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Arkansas, representing Pro Discus, please welcome Kevin Jones.
And your leader, Kevin Jones, starting things off.
Next on the tee, from Gray, Tennessee, representing Dynamic Discs and Well Sacks, please welcome Zach Melton.
Everybody's wanted a lefty here on the featured or lead cards, and we're getting it in Zach Melton of Team Dynamic Discs. He's currently tied for second.
From Denver, North Carolina, representing Team Discraft and Upper Park Designs, please welcome Michael Johansen.
Dixon, someone that's used to wooded golf. We'll see how the last 2/3 of the course treat him. Here's Michael Joe.
And that is the classic Michael Joe right there. Throw, and when it's about 5 feet out of his hand, turn around and walk back to his bag because he knows exactly where it's going to go.
And from Blacksburg, Virginia, representing Enema and your defending Idlewild Open champion, please welcome James Conrad.
Here we go with last year's winner, James Conrad.
And we'll see where the champion fares a little later. Let's take a moment to listen to a word from our sponsors.
Are you currently looking for the one? How do you get hooked up usually?
Through friends,
Players' parties.
Sometimes even fans.
And how's that been working for you?
Not so good.
Have you ever tried looking online?
Never.
You should check this site out.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Find your go-to disc at blankinkdiscs.com today. 2018 Tour Support discs available now.
Gotta get one.
I need one.
The Dynamic Disc Recruit is a tournament quality basket at a practice level price. The Recruit is the ultimate basket for backyard practice or temporary courses. Get ready for tournaments. Get better. Get the Recruit.
You have to assume there's some couples that are being created out there pairing up discs along thanks to that great app of Black Ink Discs. They're doing great work out there.
Yeah, I hope that's what's getting paired up by that ad.
And these are relatively routine approach shots that should be for our top professionals. Michael Joe, very straight line. If looks to be just a bit short on that one. Now, the mistake to make here is to go long. Not only could you find that hillside behind you, but then you could get a nasty roll behind it. So you're dealing with throwing uphill or possibly finding yourself all the way down by the next fairway or tree line.
Oh boy. So,
Yeesh.
yeah, I mean, Kevin's strength of his game is his long distance. Now, in talking with some other people, they said he is incredible at hitting lines. I haven't really seen him at very many wooded courses, so it'll be curious to see how he handles this. I'm excited to watch his round today. But this is interesting that coming out on one of the few full power rip holes out on this course, that he's going to be struggling for par.
And that tree right there, that's a really good indicator because that tells you you're, just inside the circle's edge? You're looking at 28 to 30 feet?
Yeah, however, James missed that putt yesterday to start the second round, almost the identical putt. Because he's a taller fella, he's going to have to not only take a straddle stance, but he's also going to have to get kind of lower. And he came out high yesterday on that putt, I believe. And that's what you want on this hole. You want enough distance on your drive to where it's just a routine upshot. I would love to have the confidence that MJ has, where he's fine with leaving it 300 out because he knows he's going to do good. But personally, I'd much prefer where Zach was at and have a little 150 shot instead. Right now, 43% of the competitors are birdieing this hole. So this is one of the few that feels like a must-get birdie. It's a pretty soft 4.
As many of you are already noticing, if you're following along on udisclive.com, which you certainly should be doing, Paul McBeth has started out 3 down through the first 4 holes. So we'll certainly keep an eye on that. And if we have to catch up with him with one of our 2 cameras, we may do just that. We'll see how things continue to unfold there as Kevin Jones has that uphill putt. And he's next to the basket, but he's walking away with a 4 here. And this is kind of a must get or a relatively easy birdie, at least, for these top players. So it's surprising to see that by Jones.
And Zach Johnson off the chase card is also 3 under through 4. And there's MJ. All 3 of his shots he threw and then didn't pay attention. And it was center fairway, circle's edge in the basket.
I'm pretty sure he is the ultimate definition of long hair, don't care. He just gets out there, gets the work done, and he has the coolest, calmest demeanor out there. If anyone's watching at home as to how to take things in stride, watch MJ's game.
Yeah, mullet power right there. Although, I guess it's not business in the front, party in the back. It's like retirement in the front and party in the back. Oh, there you go. Backside chains, holding that disc in for Big JC. Good start there. So Kevin coming in with the lead, and Kevin is the one that messed up the all-star birdie. That's never a good feeling when you are the leader on a hole that you feel like you should be getting every time. So let's take a look at hole 2. 509 feet. This is playing as the 3rd easiest hole on the course. Hole 1 was playing as the 2nd easiest hole on the course. 40% of the field is getting a birdie on this hole. And really on your drive, you can go forehand or backhand. But the only thing that you're really concerned with off the box is you have got to beat this one tree right in the middle. Even if you land at the base of it, if you have a clean throw, you can get up and down. But anything out here in the open gives you an extremely routine second shot as far as your flight lines. There's lots of different options coming in. The only real danger on this green, you are carrying the water, but if you get a decent drive, this water is not really in play. But generally, most folks are going to be landing 15 to 30 feet to the right of this basket, trying not to get any sort of rolls or skips, just sticking there and taking that downhill putt for the birdie opportunity on hole 2. This is another one where you feel like if you walk off this with a par or worse, you're definitely feeling like you gave something away. And for the lefty, this really sets up well. It's a lefty hyzer and then a lefty putter or mid-range shot into an upslope. So super safe for the lefty or the forehand player on hole 2.
And what a shot by Zach Melton. Could you have placed that drive any better?
No. Yesterday, he absolutely squared the one tree, so I'm wondering if he had a little extra oomph on that one. That tree, okay, he missed it. And that's fine. Yeah, it doesn't matter that he's pinched over there on the left. That's a righty hyzer from that spot.
Something we have to consider as the day moves forward is, will the storms return? And we have thus far been very blessed this morning. The women managed to get through their entire round. There were a few sprinkles that came about, depending on where you were on the course. But for the most part, we've been very blessed here today. And right now, the weather is looking good. Let's see if it holds up.
Yeah, so with the rain that we've had over the last few days, you can see the sunlight out there. Basically, what that means is muggy. Everything out there just feels thick right now. The course isn't so long that thick air is really going to affect the discs. It's just going to be uncomfortable to play in. And Kevin has got out to the opening, so while they head down the fairway, we will take a break for just a moment.
Hello everyone, welcome to day 3 of the Idlewild Open. We're going to do the 2018 Patreon raffle. And the winner of the Day 3 2018 Patreon raffle at the Idlewild Open, powered by Innova Discs, is Clinton Nichols. Congratulations, Clinton. Go to dgpt.com/winner to claim your prize, which is a soft tee t-shirt. Enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, along with Dixon Jowers. A few quick tips and tricks for you if this is your first time watching or you're not sure on how to use a computer or a television. Make sure you click on the live button that you see on YouTube. That'll make sure that you are up to speed as it's unfolding. The play is taking place 15 to 17 seconds ahead of what you're seeing right now, but that's it. So make sure you click on that. Also, make sure you click on the like, the share, the subscribe, all of those fancy buttons so you can pay attention and you know what's going on with YouTube along with the Disc Golf Pro Tour. There's even a little bell. Have someone ring your bell so you're always aware of when we're live with Disc Golf or Steve Dodge's awesome podcast on Wednesday nights.
I would sing that song, Ring My Bell, but I don't want to. So safe, but that is outside circle 1. That's probably 45 or 50 feet, and he's looking downhill to the basket. Oh, okay. Kevin parks it. I thought he was coming up short there. That's a really great second shot by Kevin. The longer he goes without any birdies, the more the pressure is going to just start build on him. So really great up and down there, or opportunity for the up and down.
You said that Michael Joe is fine on that left side, and I think his approach shot has proven just that. No problems for MJ. And
jeez,
wow, this is such a great look at the basket here for Zach Melton. He's going to be able to just throw a nice, easy forehand approach to the green.
Oh, and he's pulling out an MJ there. Bending down and picking up a mini instead of watching the shot.
So Paige Pierce appears to be on the bag, as she was just here in the same commentator booth that we're in currently, located about 10 minutes from the course. We'd like to also thank Joe and Ray, who were gracious enough hosts to let us come into their front room, so to speak, and set up a broadcast studio booth for the weekend. And we got a great gallery out there live and in person. And of course, we've got a great gallery online. So please make sure you subscribe, but also share. Let everyone know you're watching live disc golf. You can also go out to dgpt.com/watch, and you'll be able to find it there. So we're seeing Kevin Jones is, in fact, sitting at that 16 under par after the par on hole number 1. Zach and Macbeth. Now, Macbeth making a charge from that second card already. He's in a tie for second, just 3 strokes back. He does have a few extra holes ahead of him, and that he is through 4 holes at the moment. And we'll do our best to stay on top of what Paul Macbeth and others might be doing from that charging second card. And if later on in the round we find that we need to catch up with Macbeth, we may send a camera over to do just that.
This is a touchy putt. If you're high enough to hit the chains from this distance, you're probably high enough to clear the wall if you don't hit the chains.
And just before MJ released, it looked like that tree was more into play than what we could even see from our vantage point. But I was just thinking that this could be a real momentum builder if he were to be able to connect on that one and take the birdie.
Yeah.
Instead, it looks like he's at best going to be settling for the par.
Kevin with the little birdie, and then MJ and Zach with their great upshots. Zach is a Tennessee boy. That's why you're seeing the orange and white here. I've tried to get him to wear a Razorback Cardinal, but he's not interested.
And it sounds like we may have some bonus coverage. Macbeth from the first 2 holes, perhaps? Looks like Paul Macbeth from just outside circle 1 for the birdie. And Macbeth with a little fist pump. That's a good way to get started. I was hoping to hear more sweet music with this.
I wonder if this shot's going to be parked for the birdie. Looks like it. All right, so they are through 2, as well as Paul. So hole 3, downhill, 407 feet. This is a fun hole to throw. It's coming in as the 15th most difficult, math fans, so the 4th easiest. 23% are getting birdies on this hole, 62% at par. So 85% of the field is par or better on this hole. You can throw a flip-up hyzer. You can throw a turned over something stable. If you're a lefty, you can throw a flex. You can throw a flex forehand. It really is dealer's choice. There is a creek running across this, but it is casual. Distance is not the issue. There's really just kind of the tree on the right that you want a hyzer in front of. But really, pick your favorite straight flying disc and just rip one here. It's almost impossible to find the street because of the downhill and the height of the trees. Really, I look for everybody to be super aggressive on this hole today. You're not really playing for position anymore. You need some birdies. Ooh, and That's why you have a disc with a high amount of glide. That's the reason to choose it there. That disc was never very high, but it got over that hill. It did not dump and just kept cruising. Great shot there by Zach. Look for almost identical shot from MJ, I bet. Yep, same thing. Flat going over the hill, not very high. It's going to stay under the branches and just keeps cruising. I'm going to guess that was Zach with an escape or a getaway, and I'm going to guess T-Bird there for MJ. Wow. This is just fairway driver clinic right now by these guys. I was trying to, I don't know hardly any of the Pro Discus discs that Kevin is sponsored by, so I was trying to learn them overnight. I can absolutely guess on what that was, but I really have no idea. I'm going to go with the Laser-Eye. Not sure how to say it.
Nailed it.
Yeah, one of those is probably close. Oh, and James just gets turned up a little bit and just cruises way, way right. So while they are coming down and James is going to find his, let's take a moment away from the action.
Tempercraft USA. Double walled 18/8 stainless steel construction keeps it cold while you're hot, keeps it hot while you're cold. Get your customized growlers, tumblers, and sports bottles. With a lifetime warranty and 1% back to the planet. Tempercraft USA. Temper your thirst.
So you can see the blue flag right there behind James. So he is just inside of circle 2.
Oh, and James Conrad connects from outside circle 1. Beautiful putt by James. Guess it doesn't matter where he's going to throw that tee
this
shot.
hole, because he hit a big putt on this hole yesterday. Last year he hit a big putt on this hole. He loves not the drive on this hole, but he definitely loves this basket.
And I think we talked about this yesterday, that you had said that this creek is in fact casual. So the players can take up to 5 meters directly behind it in line with the basket, and they will not be assessed a penalty stroke. Oh, and Kevin Jones with the early miss there. It looked to be high left side. And just like that, you have to continue to think about where Macbeth is charging from that second card. We have, of course, viable competitors here challenging them here on the lead card, but Kevin Jones making that very early lead dwindle in the first few holes.
Yeah, Kevin had 4 over Zach and 6 over Paul to start the round. And we're, 20 minutes in, 25 minutes in, and it's down to 2 over Zach and 3 over Paul.
Melton looking to go 3 for 3 here, and he's done just that. Great start for Zach Melton, who's going to continue to charge for this title as well. Kevin Jones is going to have to get it together. Looking forward to the big bomb. Let's see what he can do on hole 4. Set it up for us, Dixon.
Well, so hole 4 is the last of just kind of the rip holes, 432 feet. This water is really only in play if they hyzer out or if Zach were to get kind of squirrely with a turnover shot. But basically, it's turnover something stable if you don't have the straight power and let it hyzer back down the hill, or just go right at it. Kevin, however, is probably well, I guess maybe James as well, are the only ones that have probably that sort of flat fairway driver sort of power. Zach can definitely get here, but with that lefty line, I'm going to guess he flexes a stable disc here. And then yesterday, I think we saw during MJ's round, he just kind of put it out there in the middle and laid up for his 3. This was the hole of Paul's first double bogey of the round, so there is trouble to be found. Just basically the drive, you're just protecting against the water on the left or the sidewalk that's up the hill on the right. Really pick your favorite long distance power driver and go for it.
And right now, things seem relatively calm. Yesterday, Dixon, I was told we underplayed just how much the wind was blowing when they got to this hole, that Paul McBeth was simply trying to lay up a shot that had gone way past the basket. And today, much better conditions here.
Yeah, very little wind today. And Zach is in play, but well short of birdie range. Oh, yeah. MJ just going with a layup here.
Wow, even surprising for as pinpoint accurate as he is with his backhand. I understand the layup play, but I'm surprised he wouldn't go layup with a backhand.
Well, I mean, I guess if, you know, and that's actually some good advice. If you're going to lay up, lay up. If you're going to go for it, go for it.
Yeah,
so
nothing in between.
Yeah. So, I mean, if he's confident with that distance, knock yourself out. I mean, that's shorter than probably his approach on hole 1. And James says, I ain't laying up.
Oh, and as it holds the line beautifully, he's going to have a good-looking putt from there for birdie.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I'm going to guess T-Bird or Thunderbird there for James. He's well equipped to throw both of those that distance.
But not likely a T-Bird for Michael Joe.
Yeah, not for Michael Joe.
You may have mistakenly mentioned
yeah,
earlier.
Yeah,
just to clarify.
I was speaking to the wrong long-haired on the card.
Oh, and buzzing just past the basket. What a shot by Kevin Jones. Here's a word from our sponsor. And Dixon, if we're going to be fair here, on the previous hole, I also made a mistake saying that you only have 5 meters on casual relief. Sounds like you can now take as far back as you'd like. So, like so many other things in the booth, I'll just keep making stuff up, and we'll see if someone corrects us.
Are we going to keep a counter on your mistakes as well, or is it just mine?
I had a few extra bonus smart comments from yesterday, so now I'm back to even.
That's debatable.
It certainly is. As we watch MJ place himself, looks just inside the circle.
And that's, I mean, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to know how to play smart golf, if there's a hole that you don't feel that you can get, put it to the spot you want, and then give yourself a 20-footer for the par. Well done there by MJ.
And now Melton, again, those blue flags indicate 20 meters, which is about 66 feet. So we're looking at maybe 75, maybe 80 feet here for Melton. He can be aggressive here as it's uphill. And he's going to be right next to the basket. And he's going to take his first par of the round.
Then Kevin is going to have to walk 50 feet past the basket to get to his disc. And really, that didn't look like he was putting much of a move on it. He just has that kind of spin rate that his discs stay in the air forever.
And Kevin not able to connect. So here we are. We have to start thinking about, of course, there's charging competitors, but really, is Kevin at all on tilt or nervous at all? Is he in this position thinking, hey, I had 4 or 6 or 8 strokes coming into this thing. I should be able to just play, relatively moderately throughout and walk this thing in. But I think he's proving otherwise right now.
It feels good for him because Zach didn't birdie this hole, so at least he's got that pressure. But if he's looking at his phone at all, he knows that Paul is 5 down through 6 and hanging out right there 2 shots back. But it's like we talked about before the very first round, is that there's no walking it in on this course. There's no nursing a lead. Especially, he hadn't even got to the hard stuff yet. These are all the easiest holes on the course here at the beginning. And there's MJ for his routine par. Yeah, I think out of these first 4 holes, we have the 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th easiest or most difficult holes.
Let's take a look at what we're going to find on hole number 5.
So hole 5 is kind of our introduction to Idlewild proper. We have an open drive. It's 555 feet. And what you really want to do is to crest this hill moving left to right. Now, Zach will be doing that with a lefty stand-up shot. He actually had a putt for the 2 during a practice round that he hit. MJ is probably going with a roller. James is probably going with a turnover, something that's going to get stable at the end. So there's really lots of different options here. This big tree in the middle is kind of your do or die point. If you are very much short of that, you have really no line to get to the green. The best you can do is to try to skip into this wall for your second shot and then have a just inside circle 1 putt. But if you can get something to penetrate there, you will be able to try to land on the turf, which gives you a really, really short look at the birdie 3. 26% are birdie or better on this hole, with 1 eagle coming from Double G with a 100-foot throw in. That's looking tasty if it can penetrate.
And if you're on that right-hand side, are you going to be able to get up and down and still have a look at birdie? Probably not if he's that close to the wood lines, correct?
Well, because he's far enough down, he should be able to pitch out for maybe circle's edge birdie putt, but I don't think he can get to the green from there. Zach, now I played a practice, at least this hole we were together, and when he hits this shot right, it is so fun to watch. That looks right.
Oh, and it just skips up and over. It looked like it wanted to hyzer skip back onto the fairway. Instead, it skipped straight ahead.
Yes, he hit that upslope, which killed the momentum on his skip. Instead of powering forward on that skip, it shot straight up in the air. Oh, tough break by Zach because he is not in a good spot there. And this is MJ's comment. I was standing down, or I'm pretty sure it's his comment. I was standing down there. Oh, there's a good tree. We were down on this hole when he was practicing, and where my high-speed drivers were landing, his comment was landing.
Low and powerful forehand, and he gets the green paddle. Let's listen to a word from our sponsor here on 5. And we've got more action from Paul McBeth. This is his drive on hole number 3. I think he did a squat off the tee. Getting his weightlifting in. McBeth looks to be just outside the circle, almost the exact same distance he was on hole number 1. We'll come back to that in a moment. We'll leave you hanging.
Yeah, you can't wait around to clip over to MJ because he throws so fast. If he looks like he's ready, you got to go.
We'll do some more approach shots here on 5, and then I think we'll be able to get back to a little bit of the bonus coverage coming in from Paul McBeth's card on the chase card. And Kevin Jones, that is a very dicey call. He does end up finding the wall, which I think he was kind of anticipating, but still putting that on edge vertical to then have it track toward the OB, even though he let it go very gently. I don't know. It worked. I'll say that. I don't know if I would have recommended that one.
Now, in a straight line from the tee to the basket, if you're at that part of the wall, that is about 22, 25 feet. So, I mean, it's a really nice putt.
Spoiler alert, Paige Pierce, your Idlewild champion, taking down Sarah Hokom and the rest of the FPO field this weekend. It really became a race between Hokom and Pierce coming out on top. And you speak of that wall and that exact placement. It looks like Zach's going to be exactly there as well.
Yeah, kind of.
This is MJ's third shot. Certainly not clear or clean, I should say, on his second one. And he's found the green. A little bit about these greens. There is it's like a carpet or an AstroTurf that you find in a lot of indoor facilities. And I really like them. Some people have said it looks unnatural. I think it's great. It certainly prevents erosion and also just muddy green situations where this isn't a shaded, wooded part of the course. And if there's too much rain, not only would you have the erosion, but also a lot of mud to deal with. So I'm a big fan of these greens. And they're always going to be consistent.
Yeah, and really, when you see something like this, what this signifies to me is a group of locals who love their course and who've put in a ton of work. And so, I'm hardly ever gonna get onto something like that. I mean, we don't know. You know, there's lots of people that say, "Well, that looks ugly. You shouldn't do it." We don't know what this place looks like all year long. And I'm going to trust the locals that they're going to do what's best to have their course looking good and playable for everybody. So I really, really like these greens. I mean, yes, it is kind of that indoor outdoor carpet, but it's not skippy at all. It's not like an unnaturally fast surface. It's kind of like around most greens that are tramped down. But you know that's going to still look the same in 5 years wherever. If you have a whole lot of activity on this green, you can start to get pretty tamped down, pretty hard packed like De La.
And a great question that does come up from one of our viewers, Dixon, is that yesterday there was kind of a controversial call or an unknown call that was made here in terms of James Conrad, whether or not the bridges are in fact in bounds or out of bounds. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to follow up on that, mainly because I didn't ask and I'm lazy. But we're still not certain as to if the bridges are in or out of bounds. So maybe we can get that figured out by the end of the round or by next year's Idlewild.
Yeah. Sometimes when TDs are marking that, they'll make a definitive OB line on the ground around the bridge to indicate that they're out of bounds. But I haven't seen one for certain on this one.
There it is.
Great putt by Kevin.
All right. So it looks like his strategy paid off. Throwing it with the forehand roller right to the edge there. And Zach Melton's going to have, again, the exact same putt there. Good to see Kevin connect on one. We'll see if that gives him a little confidence going into the next crusher hole. Great putt by Melton. And he says, Kevin, you're a little more younger and a little more ambitious. I think I'll take the actual bridge route as opposed to jumping through the water and up and over the
I ain't trying
pillars.
to jump over a bridge down into water and a bunch of flat, wet stones. Get out of here. And James in for his birdie 3. That jumps him up to 1 shot behind second place, held by Zach and Paul right now. And MJ for his par 4.
Let's take a look at hole 6 after we see what Macbeth has. We waited all that time for a Macbeth miss?
McMiss. So this was Paul's first double bogey yesterday. Let's see if he cleans up that mess. I guess we've already said that he was 5 down through 4 or whatever.
Oh,
so
you're spoiling it.
Yes. For birdie.
And again, looks to be about circle's edge, maybe just this time a foot or 2 inside of it. This to the elevated basket on 4, and that one he converts on.
So hole 6 here is setting up for the high turnover shot with something stable that needs to pan out and at least get flat, if not flex back at the end. The uphill nature of this drive, as well as the first half of the hole, it makes things a little weird on the box. You can't really see the trees that you're aiming for. You just have to kind of pick a spot and go for it. But you don't want to turn it over too much because you start finding some guardians there on the right. The opposite side of that problem is if you don't turn it out enough, you end up left 70 or 80 feet, and then you have some guardian trees right by the basket. It's a really, really difficult 2, but a pretty easy 3, depending on how you want to play it. I've seen turnover stable shots. I've seen forehands. I've seen rollers. It really is, what the player wants to be comfortable with. I think we'll see James go with the high turnover shot, flexing back at the end.
Just to clarify, thanks to Sarah Lamberson of PDJ Radio. She's told us that the bridges are in bounds. We'll see if those come into play later on in the round.
That looked to be a good line coming out, but maybe caught a tree on the way in by James.
And this is the type of hole that sets up really well for Kevin. So unfortunate to see him catch something as he was coming out of the gap there, and it looks like it stalled it out, and he's outside circle too.
Yeah, that's layup zone right there. Zach now with the wrong hand is going to have to turn over a forehand and then flex it back. And that angle is looking great.
Great shot by Melton.
Yeah, he'll have about a 50-footer or so. But where he landed, he's going to have some angle that he's going to have to handle on this putt. Go, baby, go.
Wow. What a drive.
Oh, it got bounced backwards by the last tree. Oh,
here's a word from our sponsors.
My name's Cody Britton, and it's a hot one out here, which is perfect because we're going to be talking about the heat. One of the great things about the heat is it gives any skill level player the ability to get it up to speed, to get tremendous amounts of glide. The rim fits well in anyone's hand. So one of the things that I love about this disc is how easily I can throw a consistent Anheuser. You can even use it to throw manicured shots through the woods. It's just an all-around phenomenal disc. Check out the heat for yourself today. You can pick one up at discraft.com or your local retailer.
Looks like our players are making their way over. MJ having no idea that his shot was tracking perfectly to the basket and then ultimately got hung up. We'll take a quick look at the score, seeing that Kevin Jones still has that 3-stroke advantage right now, as Zach Melton and Paul McBeth are tied at 15 under par. Looks like Paul McBeth is through 7 holes as he's on the chase card. James Conrad, 14 under par, sitting in 4th place.
Yeah, this course doesn't really get started as far as scoring goes until the 7th hole. So this is the last of kind of, well, maybe I'll get a birdie, maybe I'll get a par holes. Now's when it starts to get difficult.
Time to buckle up and head into the meat of the course after this one. I believe we also have a course cut coming to you by Dixon and Prodigy in just a few moments.
Yeah, looking at the top 10 players, there's only one bogey in the first, in any of the top 10 scores right now.
I think another fun fact that I'm going to claim to be true is we watch Conrad approach. I believe Katrina Allen birdied this hole earlier today, and I think she was the only birdie in the FPO field today here on hole number 6.
Yeah.
It might have been her only birdie of the round, unfortunately for her. And I know Paige Pierce also birdied this hole.
Yeah, she got it in round 1, I believe.
Round 1, yes.
Nope. Round 2.
Correction, round 2. So those may have been the only 2 birdies in the FPO field this weekend here on hole number 6. Paige Pierce yesterday, Katrina Allen today. Zach checking the wind. You can hear it just a little bit now coming through the microphones as well. It's It's great to see an umbrella off in the distance, and this time being used actually to be shaded from the sun, which might be out for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, that blue stuff out there is called sky. We hadn't seen a whole lot since Thursday.
Melton taking his time to read the wind correctly here.
I'm guessing there's some traffic in the back there or something, because he doesn't usually take that long. Let's see if MJ can hit that putt, because he definitely deserved a much better look at the birdie from that drive. Even if it had just sat down right there, he would have been circle's edge. But that backwards kick right up against a wall, that's just that's rude, Idlewild. And off to the right. So it looks like this hole will not be yielding any birdies to our group right now.
If you want to look at the stats, scores, birdies, and other details, please go to UDisc Live. You can find them on any mobile device as well as any internet browser. Just click on that little AOL connector and you'll find yourself on the internets.
Do you remember your AIM name?
It is the same as it is today in terms of my login. No, not Tear Bear. It is the same as it was in the mid-90s that I used for everything, actually. And Conrad, left side chain. Interesting side note as we watch these guys putt out, at one point in the mid-90s, I think I had printed out every single page that the internet had that contained the word disc golf. I had it all printed out and it's still in a binder somewhere because I was just getting hooked on disc golf as we were getting hooked on AOL. I have mail. Let's take a look at the course cut.
Dixon Jowers filling in here for Will Schustrick, and here we are on hole number 7, 484 feet, and the first of the really precise drives that you need out here at Idlewild. There are a couple of different gaps you can choose, a layup area to the left, but most of our players are going to be heading right down this gap. It's about 12 feet wide, and you have to carry over OB as soon as you get into the gap. The harder part about this drive is not the gap, but the angle that you need to land with. Anything across this gravel is good, but the more up this hill that you can get, the better. And even if you have a really fantastic drive, you get to this spot. From here, it is about 225 feet to the basket. It's going to be going uphill the entire way, slightly sloped from the left to the right with heavy shoal on both sides. Towards the end of your flight, you've got about a 15-foot gap to hit. You need to penetrate through this thing if you want to get the birdie here. There have been 0 Circle 2 putts hit so far this tournament.
Welcome back, everyone. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. It's been a long weekend already. We've been dealing with lots of different weather conditions and some technology challenges from time to time. Dixon Jowers, again, Terry Miller. Dixon, there's no walk in the park. There's no walking it in. There's nothing of that nature. And we've talked about it the last 2 days. The last 6 to 8 holes on this course, some of the most brutal and challenging disc golf you'll find anywhere this year. It's just relentless.
Well, and that, yes, that is the most difficult part, but it's not like it's even easy before that. I mean, this hole is an example. I mean, they are done with easy. There's one more hole, hole 11, that's the short 192 footer. But even that, you can still find some trouble every now and again. But for the most part, every hole from here on out, you're not terribly upset with a par. And I would be willing to bet that almost all of these holes, save 11, play over par. So a par is actually taking strokes on the field. So it is you really have to be buckled in, and you really have to not go on tilt when you get those bogeys that are invariably going to come. Now, Kevin, to this point of the event, has only had 3 bogeys leading up to this round. So he has played extremely clean golf, and I hope he can continue that and really make these guys come and get them.
Well, and as noted on the board, last year we saw a number of our players trying to take the high hyzer route here off the tee, and it looks like things have been adjusted for just that, so that players aren't able to take what we'd say is the unintended route when this course was designed to try to find that landing zone, instead forcing them right up the middle. And I watched players like Paige Pierce throw a putter here because she's just trying to play down to the initial baseline that you find, and Zach's got a friend, looks like maybe a butterfly with him. It's going to be one of those kinds of days. There's no easy layup or no guaranteed shot here off this tee.
Yeah, I mean, this was the hole that Paul went OB off his drive yesterday.
It may be unpopular opinion to say I'm not a big fan of this hole in terms of you can throw what looks to be a really good shot, and almost no matter where you land, you're going to have a very difficult approach shot due to the footing and the side of the hill. For some reason, that just doesn't do it for me. And that's about as good as you could get if those trees weren't in your way. Here's a word from our sponsor. And this just in, Paul McBeth somehow again eagles hole number 8 today. And I think you said, thanks to UDisc, got 28 feet or 27 feet or so.
27 feet.
Hole 8, one of the holes that can mentally just break you out here, because there are a ton of trees and very narrow fairways, and it can and a little bit of OB on top of it. And Paul McBeth eagles hole number 8 again. It's impressive to get it once, but to get it the last 2 rounds, even more impressive.
Yeah, he's 5 down on that hole for the course of the event.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Which is incredible.
Yeah, the problem with this hole is that you have to land in a pretty tight landing area, and even then you have a difficult shot. If MJ was up and to his right about 15 feet, that would be absolutely ideal. But as it is, it's now scramble time. And if you can get a par from this point, you're feeling pretty good about it. Yep, just put it in the middle. And actually, for as great as James's drive looked, I think he's probably a little bit long, and he's going to have to do about the same thing. Yeah, because James is 20 feet up and to the left of Zach here, and Zach doesn't have the angle.
And Melton stands still, not quite all the way clean, but it looked to be a pretty good shot.
Yeah, he's fine. He'll be able to get up and down from there, but probably no birdie look. But again, to be able to have an easy par on this hole, okay, I'll take that every day. This hole's playing at a 4.39, so for every par you get, you're beating a lot of people.
And we have a moment as James gets ready. Josh from UDisc has confirmed what the playoff scenario, and we may be getting way ahead of ourselves, or we may have an outright winner well before we get there. But he confirms that holes 1 through 8 will be the holes played in a sudden death playoff, starting on 1.
Great shot there by James. He really had to challenge the stuff on the right-hand side and got through clean. I mean, he hit a bunch of 5-foot gaps to throw that. He's sitting probably right about circle 1 edge. Actually, I hope he's sitting at like 34 feet because through the first 2 rounds, there was not one circle 2 putt made on this hole. So I kind of want him to have that circle 2 putt and bang it just to mess up the scorecard for everybody else.
Well, and speaking of circle 2 putts, Dixon, we saw James yesterday when he opened things up. It seemed like the close putts were the ones he struggled with, and it was the longer ones he was converting on.
Yeah, he was killing those long putts yesterday. Oh, it looks like today there's already been a couple of circle 2 putts. These guys just messing things up for me and James. So this is Kevin now trying to get up and down for his par. And there you go. So it looks like our group here is going to have a really good chance at all-star par or better. That is not bad at all for this hole.
And Melton wanted to run that one in. And speaking of pars or better here on this hole, Paul McBeth, one of the 2 pars he's taken thus far, one of which was found right here on hole 7. So even with McBeth dialed in as he appears to be, this is not one of his birdies or eagles today.
Well done, James.
Beautiful. It looks like he was inside the circle there, not messing with too many stats, but James Conrad, with the only par thus far today, was found on hole number 2.
And then while that putt was in the air, Paul's putt was in the air for the birdie 2 on hole 9, which he is connected with. He is now officially tied with Kevin Jones for the lead, assuming Kevin hits this tap in for the par on hole 7.
So McBeth erasing a 6-stroke deficit as he's through his first 9 holes of the round. Incredible. Let's take a look at the hole that McBeth eagled over here on 8. What are we going to see, Dixon?
A lot of trees. This is an extremely difficult hole. Again, distance not the issue. I don't know how many times I can say that when looking at this course. It's all about angles, how you fly and how you land. A hyzer flip backhand for the righty here or a turnover shot for the lefty that's going to flex. If you can figure something out, if you want to throw a right-handed turnover forehand, if you can figure something out to get past these trees, that is an excellent drive. Because really what normal players are trying to do is to get to the top of this second hill 40 or 50 feet past this V tree on the left. If you can get up here in 2 shots, then you have a very manageable, about 150-foot left to right breaking fairway here. Paul apparently was throwing that second shot from who knows where and getting within circle one. This is a downsloped green. However, the shul behind it is pretty thick and almost wall-like. So you don't really have to worry about a long carry behind the hole. If you can just put it out there, chances are you're going to stick. So here's the official scoreboard as we see it right now. Paul McBeth, 8 under through the front 9 holes. Kevin Jones, 2 under through the front 7. So Paul has jumped Zach. He has jumped James. He has jumped MJ. And he has left his second card mates behind. And actually, I see that Nate Perkins is coming flying up the leaderboard. He is 6 down through 10, also with the Eagle 3 on hole 8. And Nate Perkins was one of the hot rounds last year. I believe it was in the third round. No, Dickerson was the third round. First round, maybe. And James is not through clean. That looked like it was not turned over enough. And when you're trying to throw that flex shot, you have to turn over something very stable so that it flexes quickly. So if he doesn't turn that over enough, all that's doing is going to go cruising into the woods there on the right-hand side. Kind of surprised Zach isn't going with the turnover shot here. Because for the lefty forehand, basically all he can do is looks like he's just playing to a spot. He's not really trying to go for a bunch here.
Yeah, it would be nearly impossible to get all the way to the pin with a lefty forehand here, wouldn't it be?
Well, it'd be nearly impossible to get to the pin with anything from this tee box. But to even get to the landing area would be very difficult with any shot, but especially a lefty forehand.
MJ's through clean. It looks like we'll also have some action from Paul McBeth and a word from our sponsors.
This is Dan, and this is Tyler. Dan and Tyler like disc, and they like beer, so they combine them in a rigorous scientific process. Disc Golf, a card game that challenges your disc skills, drinking ability, and your friendships. With 3 categories and over 50 individual cards, mix and match. Get rid of cards you don't like, or make your own rules. Disc golf is truly American.
So James with the hair flip and then the disc flip, and he is ready to go. This spot, yeah, there's one tree. Miss the one tree, and you can likely save par. Hit that one tree, and who knows what's going to happen. Boom. Oh, he hit the initial gap. Just had a little too much stability on his disc, and he found the left-hand side there. Zach's going to try to do the same now. And really, from this position, man, I suggest just trying to beat the one tree by 60 or 70 feet. Don't try to do much else, because that can only really lead to trouble.
Where's Melton exactly trying to land this one, Dixon?
I'm going to guess he's trying to go inside of that tree and try to hyzer skip back up the hill. It looks like he turns it over just a touch too much. However, from where he's sitting there, he does have a lefty backhand shot where he could still reasonably save par. And Kevin giving the rip there. I didn't quite see where that went, and I didn't really hear groans or cheers. But this tells you something. MJ is the closest to the landing zone, but not in it out of our entire group. Oh, that's bad news.
Yeah, not only is he didn't advance very far, but that is really bad position off to that right-hand side.
Yeah, he's in bogey town right now. He needs to try to pitch back to the fairway and just try to get up and down from there. But it is thickness all the way down that right side. Yeah, this is why the 3 on this hole is so amazing. I'm going to guess that Paul's drive was somewhere in here, but by his ability to get up and down for the eagle putt. So MJ over to the right here. Yeah, and he was trying to go all the way down the line. He's advanced, but he's still not out in the open. However, right there towards the end, by the fairway, the underbrush does get thinner, so that it should just be trees that he has to deal with. He should probably be able to get up and down from there. James now trying to give himself some sort of look for the par 4 or for the birdie 4. It was a par 4 last year. They moved it up to a par 5 based on how the scoring went. And so far this year, it's playing at 4.94. So right at a par 5.
James lunges forward, but does not stay clean. And I'm guessing that's no more than 100 feet at most for James as he tries to advance up the left side fairway.
Yeah, this ought to tell you how tricky this fairway is. I mean, look at the shots we've seen out of the box. A falling forward forehand, a pitch out, a cut roller forehand kind of thing from the woods. Kevin now is going to have to come up with something. Zach Melton was throwing a lefty forehand from a knee. I mean, once you get off here, it's just it is scrambled eggs until you can find the basket. There goes a forehand roller. That actually looked like he got through the initial shrubs there.
Wow.
Yeah, there he goes.
And then the tree stops it before it falls all the way in.
That's probably 20 feet, 25 feet. Fantastic shot there by Kevin.
It was, and he doesn't even realize just how good that shot was. As that's up and over the hillside for him. And I know you mentioned just a moment ago, Dixon, we talked about all the things that we just saw, the bag of tricks everyone needs on this hole. Meanwhile, Paul walked through this in 3 shots.
Yeah.
And that, again, is just so incredible. And it sounds as if Paul McBeth has parred hole number 10. So he is officially off the birdie train momentarily. And this is Melton ripping his backhand, getting the skip. And
oh,
wow, what a shot by Melton, putting himself within 15 feet of the pin.
Yeah, I mean, hey, anytime you've got a birdie putt, it's good, especially when your first two shots were not good. So Kevin and Zach feeling pretty good about this right now. MJ and James both laying 3, not quite near enough to the basket to give it a run yet. Nice shot there by James as well. So he's got that left for his par.
As they move up the fairway, we continue to watch. Also, we've got a tracker on Nate Perkins, who sits 7 under through 11 holes. We talked about it before. He took the eagle here on hole number 8. He actually had somewhat of a slow start, getting just 2 out of the front 6, but then he has gone 5 down in the last 5 holes.
And MJ, that was a rough shot, barely getting out in front of him and then whacking another tree when he was probably just attempting to lay up there. Now he's got probably 50 feet downslope to the basket from the bushes. Yeah, this is another just layup area here. So MJ will have that for his bogey 6. And now Kevin coming up and saying, oh, holy cow, that turned out pretty good. I'll take it. For the birdie and the solo lead. Oh, no. He hits right side and falls out.
Wow.
Wow. So that keeps Kevin in a tie with Paul at 18 under par. Wow. Conrad in for his par. So Zach now with the only opportunity for the birdie on this hole.
And we're seeing on UDisc that Paul McBeth is putting for birdie from circle 1 on hole 11. Zach Melton with his easy cleanup.
Yeah, we are not seeing Paul putting for birdie. We are seeing Paul in the basket with the solo lead now.
Wow.
At 19 under par.
Kevin's going to think about that as we move to 9. What do they have to do to get this one?
So hole 9, slightly downhill, moving left to right with a pretty tight gap at a couple of different places. A little flip-up forehand for the righty or James's patented turnover AVR. I think we'll probably see a Michael Joe comment on something like this. Really, it's just you pick your one gap and you hit that, and then everything after that is gravy. Once you get past this line, this kind of hallway of trees, up and over this hill, you start moving slightly downhill towards the basket. Some players will just take a forehand or a lefty hyzer, maybe for Zach, and just crash those pine trees right above the basket and fall down and take your 20 to 25 footer for the birdie. So lots of different ways to get there, but getting there is the hard part.
See AJ Risley along with Jerry Gomez out there taking in the action live and in person here on hole number 9.
I believe this is a judge by Zach. Oh, and catches early tree and kicks to the right. That's where he was yesterday, but he was a little further up and to the right yesterday, and he was able to scramble for the par.
This is a beat-up AVR that James Conrad will be throwing. Wow, past the basket.
I love watching James throw AVRs. Just the super slow turn up. And I didn't want to say it ahead of time, but I feel like I've never seen him throw that putter badly. It's amazing to watch. Evan is out clean. Oh, I was going to say that needs to hit something. And he has whacked the tree, and he is absolutely parked on that one. No missing there.
Ooh, MJ decides to watch this one.
Does that mean bad things when he watches?
I don't know. Let's check out a word from our sponsor.
Then go pee. Great flick there by Zach. Slowly floating down the hill. He has hit that tree and will be probably about 20 feet out for his par 3.
We're also catching wind that there might be a little bit of a backup on hole 12. No surprises. It's a very challenging hole. And if that is the situation when we arrive there, we'll be able to catch up on some of the footage that has been captured of Paul McBeth's round. And we'll be able to share that with you at that time. And then from there, we can determine exactly how we'll manage our 2 live cameras and see if we have to possibly separate and continue to follow McBeth.
Dang. So James now from, looks like circle's edge low here, but that single tree might be directly in his line. Yeah, if his long legs can't find a line, then you got to know that that tree is really in the way. Oh, gorgeous.
Wow. The putt was good too. I was thinking about his hair.
Yeah.
But
To have an uphill straddle putt, it is so difficult to make sure that you have the right power, because all of your normal feel, all of your normal function is off balance there. So really well done by James.
Oh,
hello.
whoa. A little bit high and loose on that left-hand side, but a disc catcher brought it in. We're going to bring it into hole 10. What are we looking at, Dixon?
We're looking at one of the improvements on the hole from last year. This was a hole that got a lot of critique, 368 feet uphill, and the last being uphill quite a bit, last part of this hole. But if you see this tree stump, there's two of them on the left here, and one of them a little further down, right in the middle. Those were all solid standing trees last year. Really what you want, it is a fair gap this year. You want to hyzer flip something to get down here and then finish with some stability. But it is quite a bit uphill. To have any sort of look on this hole means that you had a fantastic drive. Lots of people will hyzer flip something and it'll stand up too far and you'll end up over there on the right. Only 7% of our field, 7 players so far with a birdie on this hole. It's playing at a third of a stroke over par. So if you can get out of here with your par or your birdie, you're beating a third of the field on hole number 10 here. Yeah, that was almost perfect. It looked like he caught a tree right there at the end, but he got far enough up where it's either a long birdie look or pretty routine up and down for the par. That did some tree trimming on the left, and yes, it's the same thing as JC. He got through the gap, and he has hyzered out Kevin a little bit more, but that should be up and down territory for him. Love him, Jake, just walking away. I never get tired of that.
Perfecting the no-look drive or throw by MJ. Looks like a pretty clean shot there by Melton. Here's a word from Steve Dodge.
Hey everybody, thank you for watching. We have got our partner of the day today. If you are the third person to name our partner of the day in the flipper thing, you win a $15 coupon to the Disc Golf Pro Tour store. I was just going to give you a shirt, but this way you get to go buy whatever you want. And if you make the purchase during the broadcast, from Friday start to Sunday finish, shipping is free on the Pro Tour store. So you won't even have to pay shipping. So, third person to name the partner of the day. Go!
Welcome back, everyone. Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, along with Dixon Jowers, and we're continuing to keep our eyes on what Paul McBeth is doing on that second card. And I was also just looking at UDisc, noticing Zach Melton has also been blemish-free. He started out with a great start. He got the first 3 holes. He then took 4 pars in a row. There could just be maybe that boost of confidence or something that maybe ignites him to get him going, because he is sitting just 3 strokes back of these guys. So by no means do we have just the 2-horse race that we might think it is. Anything can happen out here on a course. Let's say a long throw in here by Melton I think that would get him on track. Should I call it? Maybe next hole. I think next hole he's going to line up for a birdie, and that's going to start a streak.
Yeah, the difficult part about this course so far, and Josh, with you, Disc, help me out with this overnight here. There has only been 10 players in the entire field, MPO and FPO, whose back nine totals have been better than their front nine totals. So just about everybody shoots worse on the back than they do the front. And so with that knowledge being common out there that the back nine is so difficult, lots of pars is sometimes a good thing out here. And MJ with kind of a little half run. You can't really gun at this as much as you would like. There is a pair of trees making some field goal posts about 10 feet and short of the basket. So you really don't want to hit one of those and risk rolling down the hill. So most people are coming in low unless they feel that they've really got a line to go for it. Kevin now could get a sneaky birdie here to take that lead back. Oh, Terrell's just a chink of metal there. So again, everybody will come up and tap in their pars, and that's not a bad thing. This is a hole where pretty much only bad things happen. So few people birdie it, and lots more people bogey it. 6% birdie, 32% over par. So getting a par here, not that bad of a thing.
As I think we're moving closer to the backup, let's take a look at the ace run that we find on hole 11.
192 feet, pick your gap. There's one right at it, which almost all of our players take. There is also a kind of a sneaky hyzer route over there for the lefties, or for those of us who cannot seem to hit the flat gap with our putters and approach shots. So it really is just act like there's no trees there and throw right at the basket. There is upslope behind and enough trees and shules to keep you from just zooming up the hill. Pick your favorite flat shot and rip it. The skinniest part here is probably about 15 to 18 feet. So there is some space there. If you were to hit that wall and sit down, that's about a 15-foot putt with about 5 feet worth of elevation. So it's not exactly what you're looking for, but anytime you get through the trees, you're almost guaranteed to have a putt. It's just a matter of hitting it on the elevated basket from wherever you end up. Well, looks like we got a little bit of wind with all of these leaves falling down. It shouldn't be affecting the throws at all, but that's just interesting to note for the rest of the round. And green AVR does good things.
Basing it here on hole 11, James Conrad will have a short tap in for birdie.
Oh, okay. Well, again, as long as you don't hit something, you've got a putt.
And Kevin walking away with a little bit of frustration, maybe almost disgust on his face. He knows he got a little bit greasy there on his early release. And that will still leave MJ a long uphill putt that he can run at from there. James Conrad yesterday hit it off the top of the basket, didn't he, Dixon?
Yeah, off the nub on the left or the right hand side, and he's looking at it. There's the little skip line. Beautiful shot there by Zach.
We got beautiful sponsors. They're here on hole 11.
For me, it's time with my friends.
For me, it's a walk in the park.
For me, it's my job.
For me, it's fun.
Tempercraft USA. Double wall 18/8 stainless steel construction keeps it cold while you're hot, keeps it hot while you're cold. Get your customized growlers, tumblers, and sports bottles. With a lifetime warranty and 1% back to the planet. Tempercraft USA.
And for me, it's watching two of the longest haired competitors we have on tour bang birdies.
I don't know.
For me, it's wishing I could hit putts like that consistently.
So we might be setting up for a star frame here on hole number 11. For those who are unfamiliar, star frame generally referred to when all the competitors on the card get birdies. And looks like Kevin Jones may have found his stroke there. This is just a must-get birdie when you're walking away from here. And as we've talked about, it only gets harder. So putting one more birdie in your back pocket as you move into the back half of this course, it's certainly a good thing.
Yeah, so Kevin taking the outright lead back from Paul, and he's actually going to get a chance to go hang out with Paul because they'll both be waiting on hole 12's tee box here.
I believe we're going to have some action coming to you from Paul McBeth on the chase card, along with a few additional bonus words and coverage. Let's get to it right here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We're watching the drive here by Paul McBeth on hole number 5. And at this point, Paul McBeth has birdied 3 out of the first 4 holes as we're moving over here to hole 5. And it looks like he's just outside circle 2. Wow.
So he had a crazy look for eagle on that hole.
Here's his drive on 6, throwing out the gap. Unsure of exactly where that's landing, but he finds himself inside the circle for the birdie.
Yeah, unsure of where it's going. It's going on the card for the 2.
And you said he struggled on this one yesterday, Dixon.
Yeah, hit that first tree on the right and kicked OB, and then kind of struggled all the way up the fairway. This looked like about where James was throwing from and when he was able to save par. But James went with the forehand, and Paul goes with the forehand roller. And Zach looking like he's in position for the birdie 3. Oh, wow. So Paul was really struggling on this hole. That is a long way to do a falling putt from a knee. And then a circle's edge putt for the par. Wow. It hasn't been just gravy all around. He's had to work on a couple of holes. And this was Paul with the turnover putter shot. Oh, no, sorry. This was, okay. This was on hole 8.
Yeah, I believe that was his approach that then sets him up for this look at eagle and right into the heart of the chains. Every putt we've seen by McBeth just on the pole. And then McBeth puts himself inside the circle again on hole number 9 where he converts. So very impressive getting it done. He's obviously putting himself in position and then converting when he's getting close. Here's Macbeth from the previous 2 holes that he just completed. And this one's so much a bonus birdie. Anytime you get anywhere near the basket for this, we'll see just how close Macbeth gets. And he's got uphill and obstructed.
He was well inside circle 2, though. Yeah, but unable to generate the power necessary on hole 10. And then here he is on hole 11, grooving it right to the turf. This is Emerson Keith that's on that chase card. Oh, and giving it quite the bid. So this is the hole that the chase card is playing right now, hole 12, that our leaders will be at in just a moment. 644 feet. And really, you have to decide on the box, do I want to be aggressive or do I want to be really aggressive? The regular line, you're trying to put your flat shot in a very particular spot, right past this stump and to the right. If you're aggressive, you're trying to either go in front or behind this clump of trees on the left and skip out into the fairway. If you can get here, you then have about 300 feet or so up and over this little knoll, but it needs to stay left of the V tree, but right of all of this stuff on the left-hand side. It seems like you could punch through that, but it is very thick to try to recover. You can get something out to the right, hyzering. It'll head down this hill towards the basket in the trees and give yourself a possibility of a putt for the 3. But hole 12 is an extremely difficult hole, playing as the 4th most difficult on the course at 4.62. 8% birdies, 54% bogey or above. So this is Emerson Keith from the DFW area, young fella, lots of power. And if that's right enough, oh yes, that's going to be right down to the basket. Great shot by Emerson. If he was able to stick, he's going to have a tap in. If he got any sort of skip or tree kick, he'll be scrambling just a touch. And this is Calvin Heimberg. If you haven't seen Calvin play, he is a tall guy, really quiet when he's on the course, but he absolutely smashes the disc. I saw him throw one over the top of hole 1 in the air during a practice round on Thursday. So Paul now sitting in absolute Cadillac spot here.
Paul lining it up. It looks like he's going to go right down the fairway. I really like that play.
Yeah,
we're going to have Zach.
That's generally a smart play to head right down the fairway.
And you see the slip there. Now, again, not any fresh rain from today to speak of, other than a few sprinkles, but you have to be concerned about that during your run-ups. And we're going to see that on some of the sloped fairways as we follow throughout the last few holes here and the remaining portion of the course. We saw the women earlier today really challenged by the footing and the footwork needed to approach some of these greens.
He can get, oh, yep, he got the skip. That's going to be a good look for the birdie. I'm wondering what Kevin is thinking, sitting on the box, knowing that Paul is on the mend here or on the charge, and he sees Paul throw a fantastic drive. And I'm sure the gallery that's now moved off the lead card to follow these guys just made a cheer on Paul's second shot. So Kevin knows all of this is happening right in front of him. If he was trying to avoid U-Disc for the first 10 holes, it's done now. He's seen the scoreboard. He saw that Paul was at 19. He saw the good drive. He heard the cheer. Now we're going to see what Kevin's made of. He's got to step up and throw a great drive himself to try to now start keeping pace with Paul. It's not about protecting a lead anymore. Paul's on fire. I've got to go get birdies.
Well, and as I was just glancing over your shoulder, looking at the scoring, it's not like Kevin has been playing poorly per se. I mean, he's 4 under. He doesn't have any blemishes on the scorecard. However, we're seeing Paul McBeth do what some have called McBeast mode. He is fully engaged, and here he is making this charge from the second card. And at some point, there just may be no stopping Paul McBeth. And of course, you think back to just a couple of weekends ago, we watched McBeth shoot the 18 under par on the toboggan in route to his sizable victory at the Great Lakes Open. So there's something about Paul McBeth where he's got that extra gear, and when it's engaged, he is truly unstoppable. We'll see if that's the case today.
Yeah, Kevin hasn't ever had to deal with this sort of final round pressure. I mean, earlier today in the Open for our older brothers in ball golf, Tiger Woods actually had to lead in the back 9, and sort of pressure that starts building when that sort of stuff is happening is crazy. I read an article with a guy that played with him earlier this week, and he said it was like playing with a mythical beast, the way that the crowd just starts to swell around him. Paul has that same sort of effect on a disc golf course, and Kevin's going to have to figure out how to play well in the midst of that.
Well, and so there we see James Conrad not quite making the corner. However, he also didn't kick into the rough on that right side. So that kick wasn't great, but it was certainly better.
If he hit the last trees and kicked to there, he might be in the Cadillac spot. Kevin needs to clear that corner, and he's waiting for the crowd to do something. And they didn't quite give him the raucous applause that I think he was looking for. So it's possible that he hit the gap and then just stayed right, like MJ did yesterday, or excuse me, like James did yesterday. And there's the spot. Jeez, there's just I'm just going to go drop it on the dime right out there in the middle. Zach now has the opportunity as the lefty to go with a really aggressive shot here. Zach is sitting in a good spot as well. However, he's going to be throwing lefty out of that, so not the best angle right now. So as we cruise up to the card, the chase card now on the basket of hole 12.
Emerson Keith from outside circle 2. I'm going to continue to hold my breath on the weather. Right now, things are looking good. We see the wind picking up from time to time. The sun was shining just a few holes ago, and it looks like things, as of right now, are all clear and good to go. So we'll keep that in mind as Paul McBeth is lining up another birdie attempt, this time here on hole 12.
Heat check time.
I'm going to call it, if McBeth converts, it is all over.
Oh, just a touch high.
Oh, and they're going to keep playing them out.
Like the TD was just going to run out there and call the tournament. Sorry, Kevin. Technically, you're tied for the win, but it's over.
In all seriousness, now we've got James Conrad, and we talk about that prime position or the places you do or don't want to be. Conrad is not loving this. Are we going to see a James Conrad forehand, perhaps?
Yeah, I think so, because of that second tree. He could hit this gap in front of him if he was trying to play the layup shot, but that second one really brings some danger into play. So yeah, I got to imagine it's just it's forehand to the V tree and then deal with whatever happens after that. Yeah, and James really having to go into the tank on this one to try to figure something out. This would be an interesting shot if he's doing the lean back, backhand hyzer. No. It really is like the Sarah Hokom forehand. It has to be forced, and it has to be forced hard.
Looks like he may even be trying to put it somewhat vertical for a forehand roller. And he's lining that up right now.
He's not going for the par with this shot. If this were perfect, he's 350 out right now. Yeah, it looks like he did not get past the V tree and may have even bounced back into the rough there, short and right of it. So here was where MJ thought about it for just a second and then threw a perfect layup spot. And takes the skinny side of the V tree. Holy cow, that was accurate. And he is just inside circle one. That is so impressive, everybody. Such a tight line that he hit right there. Oh, but wow, look at the wind all of a sudden.
And the gallery clears out of the way as Melton's disc is pushed to the right. Surprised that didn't have enough to fight back left. We'll see what Kevin Jones has in store.
Okay, so yeah, this was his forehand drive. He looked like he hit the short gap, but then kept moving down the fairway to the right. Yeah, this is where, okay, so Kevin heard all of the cheering and everything going on. This is where he just needs to say a par is good. A turnover shot to the left side of the V tree, standing up and just moving out into the open where he can get up and down. If that's the disc he's going with, that looks like a high-speed disc. Oh, is he going to try a roller from here?
Looks like he's trying to possibly force something over.
Oh, and there he goes.
And I like where it's going. It's coming in. Still, he should be able to get up and down from there. Our broadcast is possible thanks to these generous sponsors. We're going to watch the tee shot from Paul McBeth. This is on 13. And he seems to have pured the tee shot. That's not going to quite put him in eagle or, birdie range unless he has a long throw in. This is considered a par 3 if I recall.
So now let's see Emerson try to follow Paul down the gap. Ooh, that looks a little tight left.
Now we'll come back and rejoin our lead card with James Conrad. He's got a little bit of work to do, and he's also has to worry about the trees and the branches that are hanging over him at the moment as we see him outstretched.
Yeah, James is trying to save par from this really difficult spot here. And it's never good when you have your second falling forward shot of the day, but his angle looked fantastic. If he could, his speed looked a little strong, but if he could catch a tree with all of them that are right around the basket, he might be able to save par from there.
And confirmation, Kevin Jones' disc, the green one he just threw was a respect eye.
Okay. Is it as I was looking through, is it a hard eye or a short or a soft eye?
I just blurt things out. I'm not really sure, Dixon.
So are you more of an orange guy or a purple guy? Like if you had to wear one of those shirts?
The last thing I need to do is draw attention to my physique. I think purple is a little bit more a better way to hide.
Does orange draw attention to your physique?
I think it does.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it looks like a respect E is what's coming in off the board.
Okay.
You also have to start thinking, we talked about the gallery, we talked about catching up to Paul McBeth and the chase card. Now we also have to consider what that's going to mean for flow of play. I don't think things are going to speed up through these last 6 or 7 holes. So that's something that Kevin Jones is going to have longer to think about things, think about every shot, good or bad, as we're forging through the last third of this course. And Kevin's able to throw it right next to the basket there. He's going to walk away with a par. And he may still have a straddle or a few trees to deal with there.
I'm not exactly sure if he landed in front of those trees or behind. But, yeah, interesting, talking about how Kevin's going to play with these extra people out on the course. The reality is, he is a very quick player. So any sort of slowdowns for the gallery or for other cards is going to affect him because that's not how he normally plays. And looking at the scores with Paul coming up off of the second card there, and also through our second cam that's over there on that chase card, there is a giant gallery on the chase card right now, pretty much taking up most of the fairway on hole 12, on hole 13. So it is. There are a lot of people out there right now. James now with this for the par save, which would be. Man, that would be something to write epic poems about if he can get up and down from where he was. Oh. And for his second falling forward shot of the hole, third of the round, I don't know if you just keeps track of those.
I think he's just trying to get his push-ups in for the day. I really like that move.
He's got 3. And now this is MJ with 2 fantastic shots, but he's a little bit pinched off for this putt for the birdie 3.
Not enough power.
Yeah, so Kevin doesn't have much distance, but he does have a little bit of a stretch to work out here.
So Jones and the rest of the card will clear out. We're also going to head over to Paul McBeth now. You also see Corey from Central Coast. Here's Paul. What I would assume to be his second shot here on hole number 13. I think Paul's going to be aggressive with this. And a nice firm putting stroke, but just a bit off the mark. That should be a easy tap in for him for par.
Yeah, that's the fun part about if you can get straight on with this basket. It's just a giant wall behind, and you can do pretty much anything you want. So we're on the KY hole, 472 feet downhill. Hit this gap. That's really the main objective. And then anything after that is fine. So even if you're up here by the tall grass in the sunlight, that's okay. But ideally, you'll have something moving right to left. We saw Zach Melton with the putt for the birdie 2 here yesterday, but those are pretty few and far between. Anything that gets through the gap is going to be moving down the hill. Anything that does not get through the gap, almost for sure, spells big trouble. This was where Paul took his quad bogey 7 yesterday. So look for these guys just to make sure that they're safe off the box. This is one where big numbers can happen, and you have to protect this hole. This is not one that you can really attack. You just got to think 3 on the box and then get out of town.
All right. Well, we're going to take another look at the scores to see what's taking place. Jones, that one stroke advantage right now over Paul McBeth. Zach sits at 17, so still lurking right there. James Conrad and sits at 15 under. Michael Joe at 14, along with Nate Perkins. Nate Perkins has parred the last 2 holes that he's played, and he's otherwise off to a really good start. He's sitting 7 under through 13 holes. As we're looking at these scores, you think, wow, a lot of players are playing pretty well today.
Yep.
It's just a matter of they're not necessarily playing at McBeth's level as of right now. And we'll see if McBeth can maintain as he's about to head on to 13. And as we said, a number of really challenging holes to finish out this round.
Well, they're not playing at McBeth's level, but they are really clean right now. And it's because they haven't got to the hardest stuff yet. I mean, hole 13 or hole 12 is the beginning of that. The 6 most difficult holes in order: 13, 18, 12, 16, 15. So they still have 4 of the most difficult 5 holes left on the course. This is a beast of a finish, and nothing is safe right now. One stroke. I mean, James Conrad said after this tournament last year that he wasn't even comfortable with a 2-stroke lead on the final hole. So, I mean, everything is still up in the air, and it might not be Paul or Kevin. Both of them could have a bad hole, and Zach or James or Zachariah Johnson from the second card, any of these guys could jump up if they can string a few birdies together and if bad things happen to other people.
Well, it's going to be an exciting finish. Please go out and share the link. Let everyone know you're watching live disc golf right here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Make sure you're subscribed. Maybe make a post to Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, wherever it is that you use the social medias. But let them know you're watching live disc golf. Also, we'd love a like. And, well, if you want to support in the Patreon and or the Super Chat, those options are available. Steve Dodge is always giving stuff away on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. So if you're supporting us, he in turn and we in turn find a way to go out and support you back. So we certainly appreciate it. Right now, off screen, we're watching Paul McBeth. They're moving on to the next hole, and it looks like everyone's just kind of standing down. I'm surprised we don't have any action taking place on the hole that we're on at the moment.
Well, I bet they're trying to clear that gallery out of 13's fairway. So Kevin now has the box back.
And wait and see if there's any kind of...
That might be OB. He was off a tree shooting left there. And pretty much everything left is bad news. And there's MJ, just grooving another one. Watch out, crowd. Now here's that shot we saw yesterday. Zach with the flip up forehand with the strong hyzer finish put him at about 50 feet yesterday for the crazy 2 on this hole. Oh, for the crazy attempt at a 2. He didn't actually cash it in. And he has hit it again. And the crowd was not reacting at first because they were still watching it move. That means good things for Zach. If they had just started clapping immediately when it went out of sight, that means it would have stuck. He might have another long look for the just ridiculous 2 on this hole.
Oh, and I was just going to say that looks high, and then it hits and carries to the left side, and that's going to be out of bounds for James Conrad. Here's a message from our sponsor.
So, yes, it looks like Kevin was out of bounds here. Oh, boy. This is where he's not even as good as Paul was yesterday when Paul had his second OB shot. Kevin is going for a crazy line right now. If he can get up and down from here, look for giant momentum to carry him forward. If bad things happen, he might just throw himself out of the tournament right here.
And Kevin waiting on a reaction from the rest of the gallery, and then he turns and just wants to know what's going on.
I don't know what that means. I thought he hit the trees left. It looked like the bushes left 60 or 70 feet in front of him, but he didn't react to that. And he was still watching for a while, so I'm not sure. UDisc saying that he was OB on the first one, and he's on the fairway after 3, so maybe that is safe. But if he's out on the fairway there, that almost surely means a 5, which would give Paul then the solo lead. It is so tempting to try to throw this line when you're over here. And he got through his initial gap, but that looked like it was heading left there. But UDisc has updated saying on the fairway as well after 3 throws. So if they both recovered from there, that is fantastic scramble work by both of them.
Jones currently sitting at 20 under par. I think that's going to change by the completion here of hole 13. Macbeth and the rest of the chase card are waiting on the next hole, just simply standing down there waiting on a backup. Zach Melton continues to hang out there at 17 under par. James Conrad sitting at 15. MJ and Nate Perkins both sitting at 14, and then a little bit of a fall off to 12 with Johnson, Heimberg, and beyond.
I think one of the interesting things about that scoreboard you just saw is that every single player on there was on hole 12 or 13. So there are still a lot of people that have a lot of golf left. So Zach did make the turn, but he's not near as close as he was yesterday. This is a touchy little putt to make sure you stay in bounds the whole way.
It's got plenty of room on that left side, but it's got to sit, and it looks like he'll be just fine.
And Paul has thrown a perfect drive on 14. He flew right down the gap and turned left to right the whole way and didn't hit anything.
And I think what's even scary about that is he turned around and had a huge grin on his face that we saw. These guys might be in trouble.
Yeah, well, there's only so much you can do on that hole, and then after that, you just have to hope for good things. And Paul did what he could, and then good things continued to happen. MJ safe on the far right corner of the green there. So if Kevin can get up and down from here, that'll be the double bogey 5. Or he can cash it. Okay.
Gives it a great run.
That would have been so fantastic.
It would have
if he
been
banged that.
Awesome.
Ooh, James was really pushing the side there. So here we go. Are we up for another JC long putt here?
I think he is due. I'd love to see it.
Oh, sit. Oh, James looked like he was just playing that to the safe left side, and then he caught a roll down the hill. And good thing those concrete pylons there are a few inches higher than the deck.
Sounds as if a provisional may be called. I'm not exactly certain with regard to what, if that was Melton.
Yeah, but I thought he was up by the basket.
I know he hit by the green and then went just past it onto the hillside.
I don't understand even what the discussion would be. I mean, I thought he was on the turf.
No, I believe he actually kicked past the turf onto the hillside, which still would. I'm not sure that I follow what's going on.
Left of the basket is in bounds as long as there is an OB line kind of on both sides of the concrete, long and short. Well, whatever it was.
Maybe we'll get to the bottom of that in a moment. But wow, what a putt by Zach Melton. And as stated, Paige Pierce really out there working hard today. Not only did she win the event earlier, I think there was another discussion as to if the bridge is in fact in bounds again or not.
He must have never got over the island.
Okay, so looks like he's going to now putt from the bridge. And I think we learned earlier, thanks to Sarah Lamberson, that the bridge is in fact in bounds. Let's hope he can.
Let's hope he makes this one.
Yeah, convert here as well. And he's done just that. So he'll have the same score either way, and we'll be able to continue on. But Paige Pierce wins the event, then comes to our booth to do the commentary along with Missy Gannon. Thank you to both of them for joining us for the first time here with our FPO shot-by-shot coverage and live commentary. And now she's back out there on the bag for another round at Idlewild, just getting it done. And MJ with the lone par. Let's take a look at what we're going to see on hole 14.
A lot of trees is what you're going to see. This is hole 13, and though it was a fun hole to play, we want to kind of move forward here. So 14 is the tiny gap, 556 holes, 556 feet. That's a lot of holes to play. 556 feet, and basically hit the gap that the drone is going down. Now, this is a difficult hole to drone, and Corey was scared to do it. So if that tells you anything about how hard it is to put a disc through there, Even with a screen and a remote control, this isn't an easy hole. You want to put it through that gap and get out to here, moving left to right. So this is where Paul's drive was going down that gap, and he ended up over here to the right. Any par on this hole is really good. If Paul can throw some sort of miracle shot here, he might be able to get a look at the birdie. But pars are wonderful here.
And
he was going for the green, hit a tree, and kicked over to the fat part of green number 1, or kind of a false green. But that's wide open, 100 feet to the basket. That should be a pretty easy par. And on this hole, you're happy with that. You're absolutely happy with that.
And what Paul probably doesn't realize, nor does he need to worry about it at the moment, but Kevin Jones coming off with the double bogey on 13. McBeth currently has the outright lead by a single stroke here as he's moving down the fairway on hole number 14.
I don't think Paul particularly cares about that sort of stuff, or when he's in the lead, I think he just absolutely doesn't care. Now that he might be looking, Zach, he might be looking to see where he is, and then I think once he knows he's in the lead, he just goes and does his own thing. But whether or not he's ahead or behind doesn't really change his game plan usually. He's confident in what he does, and he doesn't like doing what he hasn't practiced. So if he finds himself in the lead, it's not like he's going to try to lay up something if he hasn't practiced that already.
Well, so many will say, well, why do you care so much about Paul McBeth, and are you just a pair of fanboys? The story is Paul McBeth has now erased a 6-stroke deficit and then tacked on an additional stroke and now has a 1-stroke lead. So whether you're a fan of Paul McBeth or not, his play has been nothing short of amazing today. He is sitting with the outright lead as we just have 4 or 5 holes or 6 holes left to play. Quite a story here. And what are we seeing? Paul McBeth went overseas just a weekend or so ago. He ultimately didn't win there. Eagle McMahon takes down a huge win. They all played really good golf. But Paul McBeth says, in an Instagram tweet or an Instagram post the other day, hey, thank you, Eagle McMahon. You've kind of woken me up and realized I need to get out there and I need to get at it. And it seems like he's doing that this afternoon. So where was it yesterday?
Yesterday was just some bad luck. He had some bad kicks. He had some bad positions that he was trying to save from. Today, he's just much cleaner. And really, yesterday was the anomaly, not today. This is kind of normal Paul. Yesterday was the weird stuff. 2 doubles and a quad. That's not what we're used to out of Paul at all. I would love to get the people that say I'm a Paul McBeth fanboy in a room with the people that say I never say anything good about Innova, and just have them have a discussion. Like, I would love to just be a fly on the wall for that discussion. But take the names off here. Somebody on the second card has shot 7 shots better than the leader and has a 1-stroke lead with 4 holes to go. That's pretty incredible. I'm kind of interested in watching what goes on there. But as we progress here through the rest of the round, I believe that's Paul's disc that we're looking at there. Oh yeah, so he ended up almost going OB after that kick. Actually, this isn't going to be as wide open as I thought. I thought he was down there by that black ink disc's wall.
So it looks like Paul just a few feet short. He's going to bring it in the full meter that he's allotted. And now it looks like he's going to have maybe a little bit of a forehand flick out and around. We'll see what he's going to ultimately line up.
And there's MJ off the box and turns around. So we all know that means good things.
And McBeth approaches to within 20 feet of the pin.
That's such a smart shot. Slope. Yeah, he's just like, as we're watching that fly, you think, oh, that's awful. But he's just playing to the upslope there to kill his disc and not challenging the extra trees. Really well done by Paul. 20-foot putt for the par on a difficult hole.
Be good, baby. Be good.
And Zach looked like he was challenging that stuff on the left. Takes a tiny bit of bark on the left side of the trees, but continues to fly well. Now, here's where the bounce back is needed. Here's where Kevin, he just took that double. He's lost the lead. Let's see how he responds. He hit the gap, and that looked like it was hyzer. And who knows if it got past that second set of trees, but all you're trying to do on the box is beat the first set of trees. So well done there by Kevin.
James missed the line he was ultimately going for, I think, but it looks like it might work out for him. We'll look at a word from our sponsor, and then we'll check in with Paul's putt on 14. As our players are moving down the fairway of hole number 14, I think we're also just waiting, and doesn't appear to be any action. So a lot of people always say, we need more cameras. We need more cameras out there. Well, even sometimes there's no action when you have multiple cameras out there. Looks like Zach is getting ready, and now we can see MJ. Now, MJ is throwing his third shot. No surprise, he got up and threw very quickly while we were away at break. And so that was MJ's third shot here on 14.
I feel like I heard a groan there. I hope that didn't catch the creek there, right by the basket. So over on hole 15, Emerson Keith is on the box, looking like he's going with a forehand up the gap there.
And
great shot there by Emerson.
Filtering right back to center fairway. Great shot.
Kevin now looking like he's going for the basket for the birdie.
Gets caught up.
He catches a tree, but I think where he kicked right there, I'm pretty sure he's in bounds. He might just have a bush that he needs to get over. So a very small chance at a birdie, but decent chance for the par. Paul has an average drive on that hole. I mean, he got through the first gap. He missed the second guardian tree. He's over off on the left-hand side. And that's about where we saw him throw that crazy flexing shot yesterday. And James hitting early leaves, yet still finds the gap, crosses the bridge. He is inside circle one for his birdie 3-putt.
And Zachariah was standing down for a moment. He heard that eruption. That's taking place no more than 100 feet behind him as he was stepping up to his tee shot. So he was standing down just for a moment, having a little smile on his face, waiting for the lead card roars. And now we're back with Zach Melton.
Oh, gosh.
What a shot. It was Alyssa Van Lannen. Make sure you check out Alyssa Van Lannen images and our official Disc Golf Pro Tour photos.
Yeah, there's a Flickr page that she posts everything to, flickr.com/DGPT, I think. And boy, she got some really crazy pictures of the storm that happened out here on Friday. So yeah, make sure to go check that out. And really just go check out every event. She is a fantastic photographer. Some really great shots of all of our competitors out there.
And even just as recently as last weekend, I saw her back in Manitowoc. She was filming while her dad, Jim Van Lannen, was putting on the Silver Cup, where we saw Kevin Jones take second place. James Conrad was in attendance as well. So she's certainly getting around, capturing the action. Geez. Wow. Oh, wow. Talk about a momentum swing that could have been there for Kevin Jones. What a great bid.
That would have been awesome to send the crowd roar up 15 instead of coming back down 15 from the stuff that's been happening.
Oh, yeah. MJ cans it. Now, we saw his pink disc in the water. He was out of bounds on the previous shot, and MJ cans it from way downtown.
I love that guy. What, like just a casual putt, like just a little throw.
No
like
big
he's
deal.
Just playing catch with somebody named Basket. That was incredible.
Just no big deal for MJ. I love it.
And he sped up a little bit, but like I would have been like just plodding through the water, like belly sliding up to the basket, celebrating, high-fiving people. He doesn't care.
You know, the board is continuing to discuss the idea of a playoff. We talked about it earlier. It starts on hole 1, plays 1 through 8, and then would continue from there if it were to happen. That's sudden death. So they'd have to push on each hole for that to carry on. Right now, it's just way too early to call, of course. Playoff may be lurking, though. And Conrad follows up with a great putt.
How big is this basket?
I think they put bigger ones out there for the Disc Golf Pro Tour than what you and I would be playing on.
It's definitely bigger baskets than practice rounds. That's for sure.
And count it. Looks like Zach Melton is dialed in as he waves to the crowd.
That's the birdie 3.
And we're going to be able to catch up with Macbeth. Kevin Jones will be tapping in here in a moment. And now Macbeth has a forehand from the left side of 15's fairway. That's a very small gap to hit.
It's a destroyer in his hand.
And you see him kind of short arm that one, and he ultimately hits a tree as he does not stay clean, pushing through hole 15's fairway.
Yeah, that is savable from over there, but he'll have to get a little bit creative. Once you get through that tunnel, it opens up. So if he bounced forward at all, it should just be kind of a routine 100 foot or so. If he bounced backwards into it, that could be some trouble.
So as they're moving up here on hole number 15, Paul Macbeth still sits with that 1-stroke lead over Kevin Jones, who sits at 18, and Zach Melton, with that birdie, pushes to 17 under par. Melton just 2 strokes off the pace. Wow. Nate Perkins continues to forge forward as well. He's sitting with the second best score of the day thus far. He sits at 8 under through 15 holes. So Perkins hopefully can have a strong finish and sit in the clubhouse and just sit and wait for the course to show its teeth on these final few holes for our competitors. And this is what I was talking about earlier, and seeing that we've had the rain. It's been relatively wet and muddy throughout the weekend. And here's where Emerson has to think about exactly where his feet are placed and just how much power can he really generate from the standstill. And will one of his 2 feet slip out from under him as he's in his back swing or his windup? It didn't seem like he had any problems whatsoever with his footing once he had assumed position.
So it seemed like everybody got through. Oh, this would be, is this Zach's second shot? Yeah, this is where his second shot landed. So he's actually got a good angle to the basket, but it is a tight gap there. But yeah, once he punches through that, it opens up. That's about 120 or so, 100 to the basket from that gap in the trees there. And well done there by Zach. That will be putting for sure. So now let's see where Calvin and Paul ended up. If Paul landed to the right over there, kind of in front of Calvin, there is a flat spot that's open. If he kicked all the way through that into the shrubs, that is going to be difficult up and down. Good shot there by Calvin. So let's see where our leader Paul is right now. Okay, yeah. So this is savable for a player of his caliber. Not the easiest, not necessarily savable for a player of my caliber, but Paul should have a pretty decent line here.
Oh, and Paul gunning right for the basket. Just as I was holding my breath, watching if that was going to somehow find its way into the basket. Paul McBeth, presumably walking away with the par here. That's going to put him on 4 straight pars, moving 12 through 15.
His mindset right now is interesting. I was surprised he was going with the backhand, because the backhand brings in some trees that are about 25 feet short of the basket. The forehand is the easy layup. But he wasn't thinking layup. He was trying to put that in.
Zach Melton.
Ooh, boy, filet-o-fish. Great shot there by Zach.
He likes it, and he is just 2 strokes back right now.
Yeah, I mean, none of the remaining holes are easy drives at all. And on our other camera, we see Paul cleaning up his par. James now doing his hyzer flip up the tunnel. And if that set nice right there, if it didn't skip very much left, he should be in a really great spot.
Ultimately, are you looking to be just a little left? I mean, I'm going to assume you want center cut, but if you had to pick a side of the fairway, left or right, what are you looking for?
No, you definitely want to be left. I don't even know if you want to be center as far as how we can see it. You want to be about where, oh no, Kevin hits early left and shot into the shul. The first time I played this hole, I hit that tree and shot left into the shul and took a 7.
Ouch. Gonna see how Kevin can respond. I think we're gonna have a message from our sponsors, and we're gonna find Kevin Jones on the left side of the fairway. Be excited to see what Kevin can do to try to possibly salvage a par here. And he's going to have some work to do.
Oh, no. I think that was forehand roller that hit something right in front of him. Oh, yes, he's going further down the hill to get to where his shot just landed. Oh, my.
Certainly in this crazy turn of events, Kevin Jones fighting from the left-hand side of this fairway. And he's going to have to work some magic. Otherwise, he's going to let this championship slip away from him. And that looked to be a good shot. At least he's out in the open. We saw it flash across the screen momentarily. And now he may be right side fairway. He flew all the way across. Nothing stopping him. Hole 15 looking to get the best of Jones at the moment.
Wow. That's not what I foresaw happening there.
Wow. And it seems like it's just getting worse. He exhausted the shot inside there and then ultimately on the other side of the fairway. Mm-hmm. So if he is, add up all those shots for me, what is he throwing four right now? He's laying three, throwing four. He has realistically at least 3 more shots before he completes this hole.
If he plays this hole perfect for the rest of the way, I think it's 3 more shots.
So he's looking at potentially a triple bogey. Let's even give it to him. Let's give him the double bogey. Let's say he works some magic. He can get up and down. That would still put him 3 strokes behind McBeth. McBeth moving on to, of course, hole number 16 right now, where there's plenty of OB. And if McBeth continues to be aggressive, he can find himself throwing maybe a long way, but a long way out of bounds. This is a crazy turn. And then meanwhile, as maybe Zach Melton's just hanging back thinking, you know what, I'm going to continue to fly under the radar. I'm going to continue to putt very well. And anything is still possible for Zach Melton.
Yeah,
this is anyone's game.
Kevin pitched out there. He's laying 4, throwing 5. This is a par 4. So the triple hopefully is not going to happen, but the 6 is best case scenario right now.
Wow. So they're moving up the fairway. We're seeing that at the moment. And I also see that over on hole number 16, our chase card isn't able to tee off yet. So they're still being held up on hole number 16. Wow. Meanwhile, Kevin Jones going back to his bag. I think he's going to collect his thoughts. Looks like he's grabbed his disc.
Even from where he pitched out, He can pretty much only pitch out again from this spot. Oh, boy. So he went from 3 bogeys on the first 2 days to now 2 more than double bogeys in 3 holes.
Yeah. And he has now dropped the disc he had in hand. He goes back to his bag. And we're going to see what he's going to do now. Again, another deep sigh and exhale from Jones. And we can take a look at that on the screen here. Yep. That's we're watching Kevin throw another forehand, and he's maintained composure, very professional sense. But Kevin Jones, this may be the hole that takes away the chance at the Idlewild Open here in 2018 for Kevin. What's Zach Melton need to do to get up and down here and possibly take the birdie?
He's going to have to throw that flex shot, but it didn't look like he got through. I mean, even in perfect conditions, that's an extremely difficult shot for anybody, but especially a lefty, because he's having to throw a turnover stable disc through a tight gap that then not flexes, but gets flat as it goes. Wow. There's MJ. Just absolutely curing the gap. He's going to be putting for his birdie 3. James now, who is just a 15, 20 feet further up than MJ, but he is right up on the base of a tree. Very difficult to get to the basket from here for James. So here goes the JC forehand. Oh, that's great.
Great shot.
Great.
Wow. And off on the additional camera, we see they're still not quite clear on hole number 16. They seem to be meandering around the tee area. And looks like Emerson Keith is getting ready. Maybe we'll see a few of the shots here. And I know a moment ago you mentioned another James Conrad forehand. Let's watch Emerson drive. Long grass being out of bounds. And that's exactly where he's found himself. Earlier, when we heard Missy and Paige talking about their experience out here, they said that they had to throw just about every shot in their bag, including plenty of forehands this weekend. So although it's not common to see a lot of that from James Conrad, we've seen quite a few this weekend now. Here's Paul McBeth on the tee of 16.
And while you saw Paul mashing a drive there, on the lead card, Zach was hunting the basket from 150 with a forehand flex, and he hits the number plate for the birdie 3. So he's going to have a tap in 4 to remain 2 behind Paul and likely solo second place.
And always fun to watch Kelvin Heimberg smash drives, as you alluded to earlier. Question is, can he keep this
look
one
at
in
that.
bounds?
The spotter is running down the hill to figure out where it went.
It may, in fact, be... Oh, and
There's
it
green.
gets the green pickleball paddle.
You can't even see the paddle over the top of the hill. You just barely see his hand sticking up. That was a smash.
Back with our lead card, this is James Conrad. He's got a long look at birdie here.
So this is Kevin now for the 7.
Oh my goodness. And Kevin Jones splashes out on the right side, not able to get up and down for the...
Oh, sorry, that was for the 6. So that was a 7.
Wow. Either way, James Conrad tapping in. Kevin Jones ready to be done with hole 15. And he takes the triple bogey. We'll catch up with our chase card in a moment on 16.
So hole 16, okay, so Kevin can rip the disc and he's going to be motivated. So this is the one where you can just absolutely unleash. 969 feet, slightly downhill from the box to the first landing area. You can go really any way you want. Turnovers, big hyzers, straight down the middle, whatever. And then from there, you have another long shot. However, the second half of this shot is dramatically downhill for the last 200 feet. So our players, if they are able to land well on the first, you want to aim out to the right. The OB grass stops at about 150 feet to go. So if you can put it out there to the right, hyzering in and skipping towards this green, that's the best way to play it. Hitting the green on your second shot is almost impossible. What you want to do is just give yourself a look. Kevin and Paul have both eagled this hole during the tournament. So we know that their amount of power is plenty enough to get there. So after we see Kevin take the 7 on 15, he is now dropped to 4 back from Paul. Zach Melton jumping up to 2 ahead of Kevin and 2 behind Paul. So Emerson now after the OB drive. Now, the good thing about the flex shot is that he gets to take it right there towards the end. And actually, as we're seeing UDisc Live update, Nate Perkins with the birdie on 16 has actually moved ahead of Kevin, and he is in solo 3rd place right now.
I got 1 green and 1 red.
So while Emerson is thinking, let's get everybody caught up here. Paul 2 shots up on Zach. Nate matching Paul's hot round, 1 shot behind Zach and 1 up on Kevin, who is 1 up on James Conrad. Emerson has the kind of power to get down there. Yep. That's going to be good. Oh, no. Wow. He must have been a lot further back than we thought, but geez, he put a move on that one. So hanging out on the box here, they can still see where all of these drives landed, so it's just time to chill. So we got the Jomez boys holding court with James and MJ there. Danielle Charlier of the Disc Golf Pro Tour helping out as well. AJ Risley styling on the umbrella. Yeah, it's this just a cool crowd here, but actually this gallery is smaller than the one following, even though it's a decent size itself. But it seems like a lot of people have broken off to see what's happening with Paul in the lead card there, who apparently is going to be who has the lead heading in to the final 3 holes here. So now, if Paul is watching things, he should just be playing this for birdie. Now, Paul loves eagles, and that's not a birdie throw; that's an eagle throw.
He's carrying out and over, and he gets the green paddle along with the clap.
Oh boy, that might be putting in eagle territory there. It's now Calvin, who might have to club down here. Yeah, anytime you can just throw a straight hyzer on your second shot, that means you've had a good first shot.
That might be short. No, he does get the green paddle. And so I know we've talked a little bit about Nate Perkins. I think you just mentioned a moment ago. He now has tied the hottest round at that 9 under. He's sitting at 16. He's 3 shots back from the lead, and he has just 17 and 18 to play. So Nate Perkins very much charging here. He has now moved up 9 spots thus far to push him into this 3rd place position overall. So very impressive by Nate Perkins. You mentioned a few minutes ago when we saw most of the first 2 or 3 cards all sitting on 1 or 2 holes, meaning 12 and 13. Well, here most of them are all clumped together, sitting on 15 or 16 or 16 and 17 as we're waiting to finish out this round. Currently 6:15 local time. That means we are just short of 3 hours into the round, and I'm guessing we'll probably have a full hour to complete the final 3 holes.
Zach going with the hammer shot here.
That's an interesting call. Is he just playing for placement? Just wants to make sure that he's in the center of the fairway there?
He throws lots and lots of forehands, so that may just be the shot to keep him away from the place where Zach went OB yesterday as the lefty. So, I mean, if you're in the fairway in 1, actually that had to be in 2 because he was up past Calvin. So drop it right there. Yeah, might as well. Oh, so we got a guy out on the course watching the commentary instead of looking up and watching it in person.
That's one way to go about it. Is that Santa Claus? I see the white beard.
I guess we'll say hi to this guy because he'll be watching us here in about 20 seconds or so. Hey, buddy, thanks for tuning in.
However you want to watch the coverage, please go out and do it. If you want to bring up every phone or device that you can in your house just to increase our viewer count, we'd appreciate that. Like, share, subscribe. Make sure you hit the little bell so you're notified every time that the Disc Golf Pro Tour channel is live, whether that's our live action, which will be back with you in a few weeks when we're at the Ledgestone Insurance Open, or with Pro Tour Talks with Steve Dodge, found on Wednesday nights.
So after they have dropped Emerson, where he was last inbounds here, Ooh, that is a basket hunting shot.
And back on the tee is Zach Melton, who cannot be forgotten with the great round that he's put together. He just has that one blemish on the scorecard. He sits 5 under.
Yeah, Zach stood up on that quick. Okay.
And that's pushing right side, but it needs to sit and just too much skip. Wow. And an overly enthusiastic spotter runs down to give Melton the big X. That will certainly damper Melton's run here as he's sitting in second place at 17 under.
Yeah, so Paul with a 2-shot lead, Zach OB and Paul with an eagle look. Maybe maybe a long eagle look, maybe a short one, we're not quite sure. Wow, it is looking difficult for everybody else right now. And James just going with the smooth. I'm going to guess Thunderbird there, right down the middle.
We'll see if that got any ground action as the spotter's chasing it down and gives him the confirmation of a green paddle.
Oh, and Zach almost donking that from, what is that, 120 feet or so?
MJ's going to play the softer, more gentle hyzer out to that right side.
All right, so let's see if Kevin's taking a couple of deep breaths or if he is about to unleash hole 15 on hole 16 here.
And a great rip here by Kevin. I'm guessing we're going to find that one still sit down. And what a placement shot by Jones. We're going to catch back up from the green here of hole 16, or should I say the long approach area of hole 16. This is Emerson Keith.
Yeah, that's right at Circle 2's edge.
Oh. And so this is Paul McBeth for eagle here on hole 16.
I mean, this is for the win. If he hits this and has all those extra strokes tacked on, I don't see there's any way somebody can catch him unless he hands them back.
Come on, get there.
It's short. I knew it out of his hand. It looked to be short. McBeth scoops up his putter, knowing that wasn't enough. He's going to have to settle for the birdie most likely. He is less than 15 feet or so for cleanup, but Paul McBeth not able to convert. And even closer than McBeth, we have Kelvin Heimberg here at an eagle look. Oh, and
Bang.
Kelvin gets it. And that will put Kelvin Heimberg, I believe, to 12 under par. I guess that was just considered a birdie. Oh, I apologize. He did, in fact, go OB on his long drive. So that's why that was just for birdie for Kelvin. Again, that puts him to 12 under par. McBeth for easy cleanup. That's going to push McBeth to 20 under par as he converts there. And we see Zach Melton, as we just said a moment ago, Zach Melton out of bounds, more than likely at best, looking at a par here. And he will be down 3 strokes to Paul McBeth. That's if Zach Melton gets up and down and ultimately walks away with a par. And Nate Perkins appears to be off the fairway after 2 throws on hole number 17. So UDisc Live telling us Nate Perkins, who sits at 16 under par, is off the fairway, but now is in the basket, and Nate Perkins walks away with a par on hole 17. So Perkins remains at 16 under par.
Now, Melton did have an eagle on this hole in round 1. So the way that he went out of bounds, he doesn't lose any distance since he just barely skipped in there. So it is still possible that he could get the birdie forward if he has a fantastic shot here. And end up not losing any shots to Paul if he can get up and down, which I mean, this is from 500 feet away.
I believe we'll have a word from our sponsor as we move down the fairway of 16.
Oh no! So when Zach walked up to his spot, he was probably, I mean, he was less than a mini out of bounds. Definitely out of bounds, but only by an inch or two. So he was really trying to rip on that one and puts it on the ground, maybe 75 feet in front of him. Wow. Paul now with one of the last chances to really tack on some OB shots here on 18. And there he does.
Wow. Yesterday, we saw that his play was to basically throw it as hard as he could, and he was perfectly fine with going OB, say, deep of the basket. Today, he kind of takes that same route, but catches the tree and kicks early and left. And Paul McBeth is going to take at least the penalty stroke there. We'll see what he can do.
And that is not a good spot to try to do anything good from.
And here's Jones, who's going to be fighting toward the green as best as he can. Unfortunately, we can't quite see that one.
That's a good angle, though, coming in. He got the green paddle.
Hey, I certainly don't mind if you want me to run up ahead to catch up with McBeth.
So Zach now, he's going to need to shake those cobwebs out. After that throw, man, it can really get in your head. He needs to keep his mind about him. And hopefully somebody with him is checking on UDisc and saying, hey, Paul's OB. There's still light at this tunnel. That's a great line, and Zach has a green paddle there and a clap. So he might be able to get out of this with just the 5 there. If Zach's putt, or if where that spot landed is close and he can hit that putt, he'll get out of there with a par 5.
Well, as I'm looking at the scores, it's interesting to see Paul McBeth. It says on UDisc Live, it says off the fairway after 2 throws, as in his OB shot. Zach Melton off the fairway after 4 throws and 1 OB, and Nate Perkins is in the basket with his par from 5 feet on 17. So Nate Perkins would love to just finish out, possibly come in with that par or a birdie, but Perkins sitting in that sole position, 3rd place right now. And Kevin Jones, who knows where his mind is at the moment. Hopefully he can pull through, finish strong, as we've got 2 very, very challenging and demanding holes left after we complete hole 16 here.
This is, I mean, for for a while there, it just seemed like everybody was scrunching up. It was so tight, and then boom, all of a sudden it separated, and now everybody's coming back.
Here's Macbeth outstretched, and this could be trouble if he finds OB again. It doesn't look like that's. Oh, it does. And he has, in fact, found OB. I thought that was tracking right to the basket. Instead, Macbeth, another OB stroke.
Oh, geez.
He looked as if he was okay with the shot, but then hit a very late tree near the pin.
Wow, that's crazy.
Come back to Kevin Jones for a long look at Eagle right off the front of the cage. Wow, what an attempt there by Kevin. Certainly giving it everything. Conrad just about at 40 feet here. Or correction, sorry, that was outside circle 2 actually. So tack 8 feet on to 66 feet, looking at about 75 feet or so.
So here's Zach to try to save his par.
We've seen Zach can a few long putts earlier in the round. It's got at least 55 feet here. It needs to get right and not enough hyzer. So with a bogey, that will push Zach to 16 under par, potentially, or at least momentarily then, tied with Nate Perkins, who is playing his final hole of the round right now.
But Paul is putting for bogey from circle 1. So if he were to somehow miss that putt, that puts him back at 18, and Zach's only at 16. So I mean, this is
far from over.
Paul is inviting people to the party that we thought he was going to be at by himself.
Meanwhile, Michael Joe's lining up, saying, I'm ready for the birdie. And, yeah, no big deal. I'll just cash that in and move along. That puts Michael Joe to 14 under par.
I wonder if Paul hit the bridge coming in on hole 17. So James now, for his birdie putt, for all of the carnage that we've seen on this hole, there you go. James and MJ. Oh, you just cruise down the hole. As long as you don't throw it OB, it's a pretty easy 4. Kevin for his 4 after the eagle bid. And then this will be Zach for his 6. So there's now a 3-way tie for second place between Kevin, Zach, and Nate. 4 shots behind Paul. But we know Paul is in all sorts of trouble on hole 17.
So here's Emerson.
This is for the eagle 2 for Emerson on 17. Oh, no.
And this may be a little bit of a tell here. Yeah, it looks like Macbeth
hit the bridge.
He did, and now he knowing the rules, knows the bridge is in bounds, and calmly steps up and taps that one in. So Macbeth, with his first, we'll say, blemish on the scorecard, takes the bogey 5 here on hole number 17. Yesterday, in a very unique way, we watched him actually take the OB birdie on this very hole.
Yeah, so he's got 3 extra shots on his card from this hole that he didn't actually throw.
And Macbeth currently sits with a 3-stroke lead over Nate Perkins, Zach Melton, Kevin Jones. What a crazy turn of events. And I think we're going to be back with our lead card here in just a moment.
Wow, there's just there's no story to develop here because just wild things keep happening. Kevin had the lead, or Paul had the lead. Kevin took it back. Kevin had the lead. He gave it away. Zach was charging. Zach said, "No, I didn't really want it." Paul said, "I've got it." No, hot potato, and he dropped it with the 2 OB here on 17. Hopefully, Paul can, if he wants to see this home, needs to have a clean drive on 18 and not give any of these guys any sort of encouragement to try to come catch him for the last couple of holes.
Well, is it fair to say that if Macbeth can just par hole number 18, he then has this locked up? I mean, does that essentially seal it for him, barring a crazy throw-in?
The thing that would have to happen, so it is possible for Zach to eagle hole 17 with that lefty line. If he were to go eagle birdie, then that would tie Paul. But I mean, that is a tall order. Nate has just bogeyed hole 18, so he is in the clubhouse at 15 under par. So that Nate's challenge to Paul is done, unless a lot of bad things go wrong. Kevin is still sitting there at 16, so I mean he's in the same boat as Zach, although he's got a little bit tougher task to try to eagle hole 17. But bogey on 18 is not out of the question at all for Paul. Because remember, he did that yesterday with the specter of being on the lead card in the balance, and he wasn't able to pull it forward there.
And speaking of 18, Nate Perkins just completes his round. He takes his 1 bogey of the day, and unfortunately it's on the final hole. He's going to finish at 15 under par, and Nate Perkins currently tied for 4th. It's just a matter of where will that ultimately place him. Will he shift up or down as our last couple of cards come in?
Nate, James there, way down the fairway, but then gets that left kick that seems to happen exclusively on this hole. And so for those of you saying that there's no, oh, geez. Did he go OB also? Goodness gracious. I mean, that line that MJ took, if you throw that line with something that just holds that left to right, holds that Anheuser, that's the safe play on this hole. Kevin going low. He needs to get over to the short green there. And he's safe. All right. What do you have in the tank here, Zach? This is going to need a perfect drive.
Is it somewhat surprising to see Zach go with a backhand here as opposed to the forehand?
No, this is how he reaches the green. He knows that, he's not trying to play this just to, lock up second or third here. He knows that if he wants to challenge Paul, it's got to be an eagle here.
And Melton gets the green paddle. Now we're back with Kelvin Heimberg. I think a moment ago, Emerson Keith teed off on 18. Here's Kelvin. And that looks clean from what I could tell.
So it's going to be Zach and then Paul. This is so crucial that Paul play just a straight shot down the middle. It appeared that as they were all waiting to go on this box, that they were all checking scores. So hopefully Paul knows what he needs to do to guide this home.
And what do you think of that, Dixon?
So yeah, he's if that landed on the line that we saw, he's going to be just a touch left, but he bit off quite a bit there. So as they walk down the fairway, as our guys are on 17, let's take a break real quick and hear from Zuka, one of our fantastic sponsors.
Melton playing the forehand. Should have a good look at a putt from there. Oh, well, he'll still have a look, but it might be with an additional penalty stroke.
Yeah, he'll have a putt for the par from there.
And
oh my goodness,
Kevin Jones throws out of bounds.
I promise that this creek is only about 6 feet across in some of these places, but it is an absolute black hole right now.
And this card is all but assuring that Paul McBeth will be able to just walk this in on 18. Paul McBeth looked to have a solid drive in the center of the fairway, and he may even have an extra stroke or two to play with as he's trying to round out this third and final.
That's a great touch shot there by MJ.
James Conrad going to bring it in the full meter. Conrad from outside circle 2. Bang! Heck yeah!
There's the birdie 3.
That's a way to do it. I love it. Nice one, James Conrad. Kevin looks to be confirming that he's out of bounds along with Zach Melton. Now these putts are both approximately 18 to 22 feet. So very makeable, relatively short putts.
Mm-hmm.
And they're both just looking to get up and down and save their pars at the moment. Shortly after that, looks as that one just trickles in. We've got Paul McBeth.
So Paul's drive it must have bounced off a tree, bounced over to just right of center, and that shot spells victory. Even if it's not parked, he is out of the tunnel. I'd say at the absolute worst, he goes 3 shots from there, and that's a 5. And there is Kevin,
who also is going to be carding the 5, and Kevin Jones, along with, I think, the rest of the field, going to be coming up short as Paul McBeth has made his final charge here through hole number 18, regardless of whether he finishes with the par, the birdie, the par, or the bogey, doesn't matter. There's just not enough space here or time for anyone to catch Paul McBeth on the final hole. Wow.
So there is Kevin in.
Wow. Let's take a look at what we're going to see on 18.
So 18 is all about, can you throw a flat shot? We've had tests on this course before. Can you throw a turnover? Can you throw a hyzer? This one is all about, can you land a disc flat at whatever distance you're choosing? If you're just trying to throw to the top of the hill, that's probably only about 250 to the top of the hill, maybe. But nobody's just trying to get there because that's not the easiest shot out. So you need to crest the hill flat and you need to land flat somewhere down here. This is about where Paul was sitting. If you can do that, it then gives you an opportunity to punch out. If you're really trying to get aggressive, you're going to have to throw a power turnover shot that is fading left to right while getting stable, low, but staying high enough to stay off of the ground, but underneath these trees. These trees are right at circle's edge. So if you can do all of that, you have a chance for the birdie 3. But this hole is playing extremely difficult over the course of this entire tournament. This is the second most difficult hole, playing at a 4.6, only 8% birdies on this hole, 54% over par. So more than half the field is bogeying this hole. And the reality is, if you throw 220 straight and then 220 straight, you've got about 200 left wide open for your par. But it's not that easy, as we're seeing by the UDisc statistics.
Well, you caught me off guard a little bit as I was just posting. This is a foregone conclusion. Paul McBeth taking this one down. We have to start thinking about the performance he put on a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, again, shooting in a pair of 11 unders and an 18 under sandwiched in between that. What does this mean for the rest of the season as we move forward, as we talk about the Pro Tour points? Where does this put him along with Eagle and Ricky? Because that's what a lot of people are saying. Now, we've seen Paul dominate or have really solid finishes here at these last 2 Pro Tour events, both of which where people are saying, but there's no Eagle, there's no Ricky. What's going on? What's happening? Can Paul only do this when they're not around? Or what does this mean in the grand scheme of things? And when we're looking at the finals that'll take place in October, how are things shaping up right now on the Pro Tour?
So, I mean, Paul has the inside path for sure to the number 1 seed going into the Pro Tour finals. He's already had a lead before this tournament, and he's going to get 100 points here with Ricky not playing at Great Lakes or here. Now, Ricky will be able to drop his lowest score. However, Paul's going to be able to drop his. So right now, Paul's lowest score is a tied for 13th. That means everything else is getting counted: a 5th, a 3rd, another 3rd, and 2 firsts. So he's sitting in a fantastic position right now. They are both playing Ledgestone and MVP Open out there in Boston at Maple Hill. So Paul is he's just cruising right now. But Eagle is not playing Ledgestone. Simon, I don't think, is playing Ledgestone either. He's not signed up, or at least the 2 of them are not signed up for it. So it's still going to be a little bit before we get to see our big battle again. Now, they did battle last week in the Czech Republic at Konopiste. But for a battle back here, either in the Pro Tour or for Worlds in September at Smuggler's Notch, we're going to be waiting a little bit.
Well, we've got Michael Joe, who doesn't wait for anything.
No waiting here.
Ready to go.
And turn around.
No big deal.
I just throw it down the middle of these sorts of things. So now on last hole, it was thinking about, okay, how do I try to catch Paul? Now James and Zach are thinking, okay, I'd like to get solo second. I don't want to split money with this other guy. So now it's about this hole's almost match play for the two of them. How do I beat that other guy? But neither one of them want a bogey, because then you bring in lots of other people and split lots of money. And Zach looked like he let that go early. That could be trouble for his par 4. Kevin now, who is over par for the day. Oh, and it continues. Catches left side tree and shoots left. Wow. So now back here at the green on 18, we have Zach Johnson putting for triple bogey here. Oh, and he was online. It looked like he caught back of his disc onto the nub. Wow, what a harsh way to finish. Yeah, Zach is going to be driving home, looking at all of the money that he left on the 18th hole. Emerson able to stick one there. Par 4 on 18th for him. Nice top 10 finish for Emerson.
And meanwhile, there's Paul McBeth's second shot that's going to then put him just 15 feet away for the birdie as he finishes out the round at 10 under par. And Paul is going to be your champion here at the Idlewild Open.
He was 6 shots back going into this round, and he wins by 4.
Or more.
Yes. That's incredible.
That's ridiculous.
He was 10 under coming into this round, and then 10 under this round.
Again, Paul McBeth.
That was a great recovery there by Zach. He's going to be sitting in the open mouth there for a little lefty hyzer into the green. Well done by Zach to try to put some pressure on James here.
Maybe since this is in a little bit of a reverse order, we should have Paul come over to our studio located 10 minutes away. I think we'd have time. We should send him this way so we can talk with him. But just an incredible performance as we're watching, of course, our lead card still finish out. Sometimes there's just not a way to stop him. And when he wakes up and he says he wants to go out and get something accomplished that day and things go his way, along with some solid play and performance, there's nothing you can do about it. But Kevin Jones, I love the trickery.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Wow. You could not have placed that shot any better from where Kevin Jones was off the left side of the fairway. And I have confidence in Jones trying to get up and down and save a par from there.
So this will be MJ's second. We still haven't seen James throw his second. And clean through the gap. That's fine. Out in the open. Yeah, you'd prefer that you're turning left to right there, but you're open. Up and down for the par from there is fine. MJ currently sitting in 6th place. Oh, so here's where James's drive ends up. So, yeah, this is not birdie territory. So James, in the same way, it looks like Zach is sitting in a good spot to get the par. James needs to, James needs to just try to get the par here.
I'm not whispering.
Oh, brother, this is a tight shot. He doesn't look like he's he looks like he's trying to get the birdie and take half the money from Zach. He is out. Uh-oh. I don't think that spot is OB. There is some OB over there way to the right. I don't think that part of the tree line is, though. But Zach now sitting in a great spot for the little lefty hyzer.
As we take a look at the scores from the basket point of view, so to speak, we see, of course, Paul McBeth in with that 20 under. And as you keep saying, it's just a matter of whose money are you playing for and how many times are you going to split it with some of your fellow competitors. Conrad 16 as well as Melton going into this hole.
I mean, I thought there was a good chance that Paul could have a great round. I thought there was a good chance that Kevin could hold home.
Mm-hmm.
Paul beat Kevin by 11 shots this round. That's incredible.
Oh, and a
hey-oh, great shot by Zach. Ball's in your court, Mr. Conrad. Wow. I think instead of throwing good forehands, if I could just throw lefty, that would be cool too. And it just continues for Kevin. Hits the tree and falls down dead behind it. So now James, okay, buddy, what can you do?
Looks like those branches are going to impact James Conrad's stance. He's really struggling with how he wants to. Ultimately, it looks like he might take a knee.
Yeah, this is an important up and down here. And we get falling shot number 4 from James. I'm starting to think he just likes doing it.
And it looks like he is short and on the right side. We've seen him make
edge.
Yeah, we've seen him make every high pressure putt possible
if
on
it's
hole
outside
number
the circle.
Yeah, or if it's on hole number 18 as well. We've seen him make some big ones there before too. And we see the gallery all aligned and waiting for our final card to bring this one in.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time that the final card, all 4 people, as far as the win, was totally irrelevant.
Yeah,
coming down the last hole.
I mean, I wouldn't call them irrelevant.
Well, as far as challenging for the win, and really, I mean, we've been hoping on hope for like the last 3 holes. I mean, it's been kind of out of reach for a little bit now. I can't remember the last time that happened at an elite event like this.
Yeah, thinking to when a second card winner had come back and then just completely put it away as our lead card was coming down the final hole or two. I can't. Yeah, you're exactly right. I can't think of the last time we saw this happen.
So here's James to hold on to that second place tie with Zach Melton.
And he cans it.
Thank you for your donation, Mr. Melton. So everybody will clean up here. And so what this will leave us is Paul with the 4-shot win over Zach and James in second place. Nate Perkins coming up from the third or the fourth cart, jumping 8 spots with his 8 down to finish in solo fourth place. And Kevin Jones and Michael Johansen, who were on our lead card to start the day, finish in a tied for 5th. Michael Joe shooting a respectable 4 under, and Kevin with a dismal +2. He really had it going there for a while, had the lead after 12, and then 13 and 15 happened.
Wow, what a performance. What a weekend here that it's been. Again, Terry Miller along with Dixon Jowers, and we may or may not hear a word from Paul McBeth as he's actually, looks like he may, I don't know if this is just a formality. Hey, what did you guys shoot? Can you guys beat 20? Yeah, I'm 20 under.
Yeah, he just wants to, yeah.
We'll see if we can listen in here for a moment.
Get that right. Hopefully, tripled over the tie, so hard. What? I did too. Yeah.
How do you want to do this? Minor.
1,000 pellet? Yeah. Not yes. Yeah. You play for it usually. This is true.
Do you want to do
69, 63, 63, 69. That's a lot of hair to 5%. 69 plus 2. Yeah, for sure. Good playing, man. Good run, Annika. So that's shooting the kid. Sports doesn't let you let up at all. You let up a little bit and get a double.
Paul McBeth is just pointing out all the different places he got birdies. Here, 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 and here.
There's nothing there. Oh, it's an eagle.
Oh, yeah. Skip that one, and then we've got this one right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2018 Idlewild Open champion, Paul McBeth.
Speeches from Paul.
And there you have it. Had him making the call. Paul McBeth, your champion here at the Idlewild Open, came up just short last year to James Conrad. And this year he comes back and he gets it all done in the third round. As you said, he started the day 10 under par and then goes out and shoots 10 under par today.
Incredible.
Unofficially
Absolutely
rated
incredible.
at 1062. And I'm not a ratings guy by any means. I don't sit and postulate over them or even talk about them all too often. But my gut tells me it feels like it was better than 1062. Am I silly in thinking that?
Well, I mean, Kevin had a 10 under on the first day. Paul had a 9 under on that first round. So I mean, it's commensurate with the other really good rounds. I mean, there was definitely strokes that he left out there. Some missed putts, bogey on 17.
Okay.
So I mean, there's with 2 OB shots. I mean, so it's not that it wasn't really good, but just on a course when you have this high of a par, it's difficult to get those really high ratings. And that's been true ever since ratings have come out. So I mean, the rating is what it is. It could be a 900 rated round. I'll take first place at a Pro Tour event if it's rated 900. If that's all I got to shoot. So it's something to discuss, but it doesn't have any real bearing on what happened. We all saw it. Paul played a really great round. When the pressure was on him to start putting the pressure on other people, he absolutely did it.
Well, and I think that's the real takeaway here is he was down 6 strokes. We opened the show and I said, "Is this Kevin's to lose?" You said, "Yes, absolutely." And who would have thought that not only would Paul catch him as he did in the first 9 holes or so, but then he actually surpassed him and then ended up passing everyone else on the lead card and winning by 4. He didn't squeak this one out. He didn't just narrowly birdie the last hole to finally push him over the edge. He came in with a 4-stroke cushion, so very impressive to him for him. Congratulations to Paul. Paige Pierce, very similar fashion in that it was close. It was her and it was Sarah Hokom this weekend. They pulled away, and then today Paige Pierce put it into overdrive, and she went out and she ultimately turned her 2-stroke margin into a 7-stroke margin of victory. Congratulations to her, and a great fought battle along with Sarah Hokom. Again, they were on really a level of their own this weekend. So we want to thank you guys for joining us. It's been a very crazy weekend with the way things started on Friday, with the forecast that was in mind. We had no idea how much golf would be played, if any golf or any rounds would be completed. Ultimately, we saw all 54 holes, 35 or so on Saturday, but 54 holes completed on the weekend. This has been a great stop for the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Idlewild Open presented by the Natty along with Innova Disc. So I'm going to close things out. We're going to thank everyone that was here, that joined us online, and even Steve Dodge, who is doing work while on vacation from Maine. I want to thank Joe and Ray, who were our hosts for the booth. I want to thank our 6 women who joined us in the booth to give you the live coverage and commentary. Rick and Chad out there hustling around, giving you the shots via the cameras. Seth, along with Danielle, who were doing social media and capturing footage, bringing it back so that we could all view it and see it. Patrick doing his thing along with Miles. For Dixon Jowers, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, for Johnny V and Gary to the O back at the controls in Milwaukee, thank you for joining us this weekend. We're going to leave you with some highlights that were brought to you by Paul Macbeth and others during the final round at the Idlewild Open presented by Innova. We'll see you guys next time in 3 weeks for the Ledgestone Insurance Open on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We'll see you then. Shot. That's